Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. We all wish we could have learned more from our elders before they passed on. All people can benefit from listening to the messages from the elders. The message they have to share with all of us is about respect. Respect for one another, for the earth, for our many languages, and respect and celebration for the differences in our cultural ways of being. In this program, producer Ginger Miles visited with Reuben Snake, elder from the Winnebago tribe in Nebraska, leader in the Native American Church, Pat Jojola, elder from the Isleta Pueblo in New Mexico, Native American businesswoman and singer and healer in her community. Ken Masters, 25-year-old Cherokee singer, potter, and teacher who talks about his commitment to pass on the knowledge he is gathering from his elders.
Hymns of praise, I keep throwing that term out, hymns of praise, just like in the Christian faith, you know, if you go to Norway and listen to them sing, they're going to be singing in their own tongue.
If you sing God's words, it's healing to your body.
Ukem yon anin aki kewe I mi me pu bai jem Yahweh ayo. For myself, when I pray, I sing the prayer, because that's how I see the Spirit is beautiful. I see the Great Spirit is beautiful. I see God is beautiful. I see the whole spiritual level just beautiful, and that singing is a part of that beauty that I feel inside, and I share that with them. It's a tradition, just like you sing in church, but mostly singing probably again it's probably a gift from the spirits of the winged birds, you know, the birds. It's so beautiful to hear them sing.
I think all Native Americans, all Indian people, have this respect for the creation. Maybe the terminology, maybe a part of the understanding might have a slight variance, but basically it's all the same.
There's creation stories. There's all kinds of creation stories from each tribe, but this is one creation story. I truly believe it this way. We were all underground, and it was dark. We didn't see each other, but we were all created with different languages, different tongues, Indian and non-Indian. And we were ready to come forth. And this is where we were left alone to see what we would do. There was a little hole that appeared on the top. And it was so tiny, we all saw that hole. I say we because I still believe that I was down there with the rest of them. And it was so high, no one would reach this hole. And so we all started praying, all of us with our prayer. All of us started praying because we were given a language, we were given a tongue. And the first words that were given to us was a prayer, to pray. So with this prayer, the earth responded below. From below, still from below us, the reed of the earth started unfolding and made a ladder to the hole. And so one was already chosen. He came forth, and he was a Native American. He had gathered this prayer in thought. He had this prayer. And so he started walking up. And as he started walking up, the hole got bigger, just enough for him to come up. And when he came up, he saw that the sun was at birth. It was not a bright sun. The sun was at birth. And he looked, and the water was already here. And there was the tree of life and the herb. And he presented this prayer to the sun. And the sun grew brighter and gave light. And this hole got bigger. And there was enough light that everybody, all people that were created came up walking. And when they got up to the top, the water separated. And those that knew in thought, they walked across knowing that one day they would come back. And those that knew that were going towards the water separated and they went. And the Indian stayed. The native people stayed to take care of the land and to carry the seed in all directions, in all four directions.
Pat Hohola is a healer, a singer, a teacher, and a successful Native American businesswoman in Albuquerque, New Mexico. When many of her family relocated to California, Pat stayed home at the Isleta Pueblo, where she listened to the stories and prophecies of her elders. Now an elder herself, her friends call her Pat, but her family still calls her by her Indian name, Bathoe, which means the sacred path of cornmeal.
My name came from my grandmother. It's the grandmothers that give you the name on your mother's side. I was born into my grandmother's hands. She was a midwife and a healer in Isleta Pueblo, so was my great-grandmother. At this present time, my role in life, I feel like, is to help people, all people. I believe that was my purpose of being born.
For 17 years, Pat Hohola studied with a Hopi elder who taught her everything from healing with herbs to singing to prophecies through dreams. She performs blessings at weddings, at births, and healing prayers for the sick. She's often asked to participate in large gatherings throughout the Southwest, such as the Pope's visit and the occasion of a universal peace prayer, where people all over the world prayed for peace simultaneously.
And I chanted this song. It's a prayer of the sun coming up in my language. It says, từ hôm in ai, từ hôm Njemile ai, cô bé huynh bé che, cô bé tu cam che, cô na tơ lê mi che. I'm singing to the sun, and it means as you're coming forth, as you journey this way and that way, stand up for us, pray for us, and forgive us. You journey north, you journey south, and you journey home. Corn is a gift that was given at the beginning of creation to the Indian people, and corn is a symbol of birth and a symbol of life to our people here. Kiha'awe means our father, but when we acknowledge even the sun, Kikewe is a female, and that's how we acknowledge that the birth giver. Kikewe, that is our mother, the supreme being. Kikewe, that's how we acknowledge the creator. Just because we're Native American, we're not being separated because we live in this society. I think we're all in it together, and I think we should all fight together to preserve what is left of Mother Earth. The earth is who we are. These are our roots. Athuhum ihin ai, athuhum chimin ai, gobehuim pecha, gobetu kamcha, konat olemicha. kem yon anin aki kewe. I did give a Indian blessing during the Pope's visit here in Phoenix before the Pope came out. And I told a dream that I had of the sun giving me instructions to give to the people. And I was dancing towards the sun, and the sun was singing a song in my language to take care of the land, to love each other, and never to forget the life giver, who is the plant of the earth, which is the tree and the corn. This is our livelihood, and to always acknowledge the sun, because that's the life giver. Yes, there's the Pope and there's the church, but the life giver, truly, even the Pope is under the sun.
Those of us who have been fortunate enough to have been taught these things by family elders, we still retain them in our everyday practices. So that way of life is still viable as we approach the 21st century.
Reuben Snake is an elder from the Winnebago tribe in northeastern Nebraska. His Winnebago name is Kikaunga.
Translating into the English, about the closest we can come is to say, rise up. It's an old clan name of the Snake clan of the Winnebago tribe, referring to the fact that when anything happens upon a snake of any kind, the snake always coils up and rises up in defense of itself.
There is a feeling almost immediately of being welcome in Reuben's presence. Humility is his chosen demeanor. Although he has achieved a great deal of notoriety over the last 25 years in the American Indian movement and in the Native American church. But it wasn't always that way. Reuben spent many of his young years away from his tribe until he understood why it was important to come back home.
One day, my two oldest daughters came home from school, and the oldest one was saying, Daddy, today the teacher was talking about Indians, and she said that Indians have weird beliefs. And she said, Daddy, how come she said that? So then my wife and I had to face the fact that we hadn't been diligent in trying to make our children understand their Indianness, their Indian identity.
Spring comes late to the plains of Winnebago, Nebraska, where the robins and redbirds were just beginning to appear. It was the first weekend after a long winter in which it was warm enough to erect a teepee for an evening ceremony.
The elders told us when we bow our head to come through this doorway of this teepee and we come and take our place in the circle around this fireplace, it's like we are returning to the womb of our mother. Within our mother's womb, we were protected, we were safe, we were secure. And these poles represent the ribs of our mother, and the fireplace represents the warmth of her blood that she gave to us while we are in her womb. And this drum beat that we have inside this teepee represents her heartbeat, which gives us life. God's Spirit is in all things. For instance, the eagle is a very sacred part of the creation. Because the eagle can fly up into the heavens, he can pierce the clouds. We believe that he can look into the face of God. So we use him as our messenger. So we take his feathers and we fashion a prayer fan, so that when we burn this incense rises, the smoke of the incense rises up to God. We fan the four directions, meaning bless the creation for us, and we fan each other with this cedar incense, so that we're saying, God, bless my relatives, bless my brothers and my sisters and all my loved ones. To bring blessings to people so that they could be well in body, mind, and spirit. We have a name that our grandfathers used to use. They used to say, Wahopini Chate. That means great spirit. A great spirit. And then they used to use another term, Wokun Sara, which means the creator. And then they even used another name, Ma'una, which means the earth maker. In our Winnebago tongue, we say this is a way of life. We have the term Aikiruti, which means that as we're journeying down this road of life, we support one another. We hold each other up. That's what this way of life is supposed to be all about. We're supposed to live according to what we say around this fireplace.
The song here will be the Lord's Prayer, and amongst the Winnebago and Nebraska Winnebagos, it was translated into our native language by one of our forefathers in the Native American Church.
Indian people, like all other people, are prone to human weaknesses. And so there's something that is happening with my people. They say we have to put aside all of these human weaknesses. We have to come to grips with ourselves. We have to understand ourselves. And we have to have forgiveness for one another. And we have to stand together, and to develop again the things that our grandfathers told us were crucial and critical to our spiritual growth and development. To be of a forgiving nature. People we consider to be the most sacred, most holy human beings on the face of the earth. They're human beings, so they're prone to weakness, So if we understand that about one another, we can be forgiving. Many of our people have grown up without benefit of these teachings. And so they have no knowledge of their extended family. And trying to cope with the psychological impact of that, many young people get involved in other things and become involved with alcohol and drugs. And so I go through this experience all the time. Many young people realize that they are missing something in their life. And so they come to me or to some of the other people in our community that still have this knowledge, and they prevail upon us to teach them.
I'm going there to see my mama. I'm going there.
Ken Masters, Cherokee potter, singer, and teacher, age 25, has just returned to his home where 4 generations of his family gather to celebrate his return to the Cherokee Nation in northeastern Oklahoma. Ken was offered a prestigious job on the East Coast, but his decision to come back home reaches beyond his desire to be with his family. He had a strong sense that now was the time to come back and learn from his Cherokee elders, many of whom may not be around too much longer, so that someday he too may be able to pass on their knowledge.
My Cherokee name is Sasi. Before I was born, my mother was sent to Indian school. She was punished for speaking her native language, and she was told that to be Indian was a bad thing. But my grandmother, her Cherokee name is Degi, she taught me to respect the language and the ways of the Cherokee people.
Oklahoma.
We are the Cherokee people in northeastern Oklahoma.
Kano iya gane hiyiki yao ani goose ale ani Osage ale ani tacht ale ani Sawanuga.
Not far from us live the Creeks and the Osage, the Choctaws and the Shawnees.
Ayana ote ha yeligaya ilaski nundale yawe aneha tundale nat aneha ahan amayetli.
We live about as many different lifestyles as there are to live in America.
Ogisa tehene toga nelti. Igatan hagesa o tista vadiso uweti nundane lidolai.
Many of us are Christian, and some of us follow the traditional ways.
Unetlane hento zan elstoi. Oganetlane hento zan elstoi. Ale unetlane hojo se hoi.
We worship a God which we call Unetlana. We have survived against many hardships.
I said no. Yogi go lie, amayetli. Kano heske go wetli. Go jiskone go sko. Go huste no gat loyastan gese. Aya ojita lagi.
And yet, when we read American history, it's strange not to see our own people included. Elvie Kingfisher is a Cherokee elder. She's 92 years old, a medicine woman, and the daughter of a Cherokee medicine man. The babies that are growing now are not taught Cherokee. Those of us old people that speak Cherokee will soon fade away. When I was a child, the old people used to talk and say, when these little children grow up and have families, they will speak English and Cherokee. You are the people they were talking about. But then whenever these have children, they will speak English altogether. This is where we are today. I tell the parents, you have ruined your own children by not speaking Cherokee. Start from one. Sagu, Tatli, Jo'i. I just wish that the elders would tell us what they know. That they feel like they're helping us by keeping it a secret. They feel like in some way they're protecting the culture. But if they don't find a way to reveal it to us, then how can we pass it on? But then again, I don't want to place all the burden with the old ones, because it's partly the young people's fault too, because they're not asking. They go to school and they learn about science. And why should you learn something that's outdated and outmoded? And they don't realize that it's not simply learning the old ways, but it's keeping a people alive. Because without that, we're nothing. We're Cherokees on a little white card. And that's it.
To the little children of the earth, I would ask them to learn all they can, if they can possibly, about who they are and their belief, and ask more questions about the sun. Because through asking questions, even if they cannot speak the Indian language, and even if they come from intermarriages, I feel like a message will come to them spiritually, because the sun is the greatest gift that all people have, especially the Indian people. That's our grandfather, and that's our grandmother, and that's our messenger. He has not changed since the beginning of time. We've changed. The sun always stays the same. The soil of the earth around where corn used to grow is hard and it's cracking. People are not planting anymore. They're away from that. There's hardly enough water. There's pollution. There's contamination. And if we can grow the corn in our own villages, that corn has many roots and have many uses, so it can nourish us, and it will nourish us till the end.
This is what I'm hearing from the elders in my race, you know, the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere. We're trying to spread this message. We must have respect for one another. If I walk into a synagogue, if I'm invited into a synagogue, then I must respect what those people are doing in that synagogue. If I'm invited into a mosque, I must respect what they're doing in that mosque. If I'm invited into a cathedral, I must respect what they're doing in that cathedral. And by the same token, when I invite you into my teepee, then you must respect what I'm doing. If we can live that kind of life, you know, the world will become a better place. So this is the message that all the Indian elders are putting forth, you know. Let's have respect for one another, you know, and live that way.
Spirits of the present.
Messages from the Grandparents was written, produced, and narrated by Ginger Miles. Special thanks to Gerald Wofford of the Muskogee Nation News. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Givens. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. The Columbus Quincentenary Observances has generated new interest in the rich heritage of America's indigenous people. The history books I read in school did not mention how skilled Native people were in cultivating land. They did not mention the first Native American doctor is a woman who graduated from college at the turn of the century. There were no pictures of the baskets, clothing, tools, and jewelry we created. We didn't see images of the homes we lived in. On reservations and in urban areas across the United States, Indian people are reaching into the past and reclaiming those histories that have disappeared. Tribal museums and cultural centers are opening. Archives are being created. Books and articles are being written. Oral histories collected. In this program, produced by Njemile, Carol Rollins, we hear from Native people who are reclaiming their stories for themselves, their people, and future generations.
For American Indians and for all people, history is all about life, how communities are formed, what people wore, the kinds of foods they ate, celebrations, work, music, and dance. For centuries, American Indian history has been told to the world by people from the outside, people who bring with them a range of assumptions. But today there are places where Indian people are telling their stories themselves and preserving them for future generations. The small town of Macy, Nebraska, home to the Omaha tribe, becomes the center of activity for a few days every August at the annual Harvest Powwow. It's a homecoming. People gather to see family members and friends who've returned to the reservation. The smell of Indian fry bread, tacos, and popcorn floats through the crowd, seated in a circular arena on white benches, sheltered by huge old trees.
Granite tree! 187th Annual Omaha Tribal Powwow.
This event is billed as the 187th Omaha Harvest Powwow, but folks say it's been around a lot longer. This year's festival is special, though. The tribe is welcoming home a sacred artifact that was stolen over a century ago.
Makes me sad to know that a lot of my ancestors' treasures and relics are scattered throughout the United States. And in my lifetime, I'm going to make every attempt to bring those back together and bring them home.
Omaha Tribal Chairman Doran Morris Sr. helped negotiate the transfer of their sacred white buffalo hide from the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian back to the Omaha people.
The artifact that's going to be entering into the arena arrived, was here in this continent before the arrival of the white man.
The sacred white buffalo hide has its four legs, the head, it's got down its back shells that you find in big waters like the lakes. It seems like the thing was just gotten yesterday, the way it was preserved. It's beautiful hide, well kept.
Although the tribe has possession of the artifact, it's being kept 80 miles away at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln until the tribe builds its own museum. That effort is being coordinated by Dennis Hastings. He directs the Omaha Tribal Historical Project.
If you look around today, we don't have a facility or a place to house these materials. And the results, it's scattered. It's all over every museum in the world and private collection, people's private hands. It's slowly being lost. There's no academic pursuits or research happening. We're going to bring this all together and involve our people. One can't deal without the other if the tribe is going to survive in the turn of the 21st century.
I'm home. And today it has arrived home. The tribal council has made it possible so that
we rather have it here in Nebraska in safekeeping than somewhere else that we have no access to. One of the problems, even though we have a good relationship with the Hay Foundation, is that they openly displayed a lot of the medicine bundle stuff. That is sacred materials. We feel that it'd be better here with us, not being displayed. We have to take that responsibility to protect it because nobody else is going to do it for us.
Now coming into the arena, the Lady Eagle Dancers. What you call a picture of 1,000 words. 1,000 years of history.
To a large extent, regalia is very much personal history. Certain bits of regalia were created by grandparents, grandmothers, or aunts, or uncles, or were given to them for special occasions, and so the regalia records accomplishments in their lives. But when you're looking at dancers and listening to the music and hearing the drum and hearing the songs, you realize that this is not simply an outfit.
Ethnomusicologist Dorothy Lee has been coming to Macy since the early 1980s when she worked with the Library of Congress and the Omaha Tribe to produce a collection of old recordings of traditional Halushka songs. She's also a board member of the tribe's historical project.
Westerners have a tendency to take something like regalia and treat it as an object and put it in a case or put it on a wall. But when you're watching the powwow, you realize that this is meant to be seen in motion as well. And a dancer's movements are as much works of art as the things that a dancer might be wearing.
In California, repatriation efforts have been met with some resistance. The universities with large collections of artifacts want to hold on to materials for scholarly research. But the California Indian Library Project is assisting tribes in obtaining copies of birth records, maps, photographs, audio tapes, and other documents. Anthropologist Lee Davis heads up the project.
The staff basically mines or hunts and gathers the 13 archives, libraries, and museums of the University of California at Berkeley for materials on the tribes of California. The Berkeley campus has the largest single collection of materials on Native California in the world. We've established relationship with each of the archives, and we can make copies of what they've got and build archives around the state. There are more tribes, there are 150 reservations. It's a very complex issue to distribute materials in California. So we're building archives in each county. That's 58 archives. It's a massive undertaking.
Davis searched the country for models and found none. This project is one of the first to unite tribal historians with non-Indian scholars to create such a comprehensive archive.
When we went to Fresno County, which was one of the first counties that we went to, there was no communication with the local library at all. And there was a tremendous hesitancy of dealing with Berkeley. And the first meetings were just really spectacular in terms of people giving each other the evil eye across the table and accusing each other of having hidden motives, and they were really exciting meetings, I must say. And the approach that I took was to say, look, you both value the material. Maybe you value it for different reasons, and you're all going to take care of it. And this came out in the meetings between the local people, that what you're dealing with is a very high level of scholar at the tribal level, and that the librarians have a lot of skills and resources that the Indian people could use to help their archives. So by the time we delivered the archives, the library in Fresno County had become the cultural gathering place for the Indian people in Fresno County. And when they would have big times, they'd hold them at the library, and they referred to the collection as their collection.
In Oakland, California, the Intertribal Friendship House is documenting a recent chapter of California Indian history, the urban experience. Susan Lobo directs the Community History Project.
This is a picture of a woman, Ermly Yellow Eagle, and her baby. It was taken in 1958. She came out on relocation, and the quote under there says, if there was no Friendship House, I would have gone home 10 times over. I was so lonely. And I guess this was the sentiment of many, many people who kind of struggled to make a life for themselves here in the city, and many of them came in and didn't speak English, didn't have job skills that were useful for city living, and really did have to struggle.
Intertribal Friendship House opened its doors in 1955. Indian people scattered around a huge metropolitan area came together to share familiar customs from home. The center's photo exhibit, along with oral histories, posters, and newspaper articles, tell the story of the government-sponsored relocation from the rural Midwest and the creation of new communities in the Bay Area.
Urban communities, Indian communities, are so often invisible to the outside world because there's not a spot, really. They're not really communities in the sense of neighborhoods or clusters of houses side by side. But the sense of community is something deeper. It has to do with relationships that people have to each other. Now we've got this archives, and we call it a community resource archives. All the materials that are collected circulate back around and get changed and reformulated and used and interpreted by the community. And for us, it's real important that that happens so that this invisibility factor, particularly that affects urban contemporary Indian people, so that that can be diminished, as well as some of those old, tired, negative stereotypes that die so hard.
Hampton, Virginia, 1898.
What does Indian Citizenship Day mean to us, and why do we celebrate it? The day means to us, and to every progressive red man in America, a freedom from the influences of tribal government that is every year growing less and less adapted to his needs. It has given to every Indian the privilege of taking his land in sovereignty and becoming a citizen of the U.S. just as soon as he is able to take care of himself.
This report on an Indian Citizenship Day observance appeared in the newsletter Talks and Thoughts, published by American Indian students enrolled at Hampton Institute. Between 1878 and 1923, 1,300 young people from 65 tribes went to school at this African-American land-grant college on the eastern shore of Virginia. Today, the university archive holds 2 million documents from this period: photos, student letters, registration forms, and almost every issue of the newsletter.
They traced students. They got information on them. They kept up with them years after they left Hampton. And they put all of this ultimately into the archive at Hampton. And for Indian people to be able to use those resources is an extraordinary gift.
Raina Green directs the American Indian program at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. While she acknowledges the archive is a valuable resource, she also admits the collection evokes mixed emotions in many Indian people. Hampton students were introduced to a Western academic curriculum, trained in business and agriculture, and practiced Christianity. The unstated goal of the program was to kill the Indian and save the man.
Indian people were at their frailest moment since Europeans came to North America. Hampton and schools like it were part of that terrible past, part of that painful past where people were ripped from their homes and ripped from their families. This is the time period when the government had rules against ceremonies. They banned the songs, banned drums, banned singing, banned ceremonial clothes, banned ceremonial dancing. So much had been lost.
Talks and Thoughts, May 14th, 1891. The case of talking Indian was taken up. The Wigwam Council thinks it's best to try the English talk altogether for the rest of the school term. If it does not prove satisfactory, the council for the next term may make such changes as they think best. The boys are not to talk Indian without permission.
Dear Father, I suppose you want to know what we do here in school. We all go to church together after dinner. The colored boys and girls go up first, and they sit up in the chapel, and the Indians sit on the platform, and we practice whatever song we're going to sing. Last Tuesday we sang My Country 'Tis of Thee. After a while we go out to get ready for services, and we put on our best dresses. And when they ring the bell, we all go up in the chapel again for the Indian Citizenship Day ceremony. Indians are going to be citizens now and are going to be free now. I tell you all this because I thought you would like to know, in case you didn't hear it yet.
Students who arrived wrapped in traditional blankets, wearing moccasins and long braids, soon had their hair cut and were given starched, crisp, military-style uniforms. Before and after photographs in the student files document the transformation. But the Indian students continued to do beadwork, basketry, and drawings. They were sold or used as teaching materials. Much of their original work is now on display at the Hampton University Museum in a permanent exhibit entitled To Lead and to Serve, curated by Mary Lou Hultgren.
This particular picture illustrates 1900 class of integrated students, American Indians and African Americans, and a class in American history. And you can see the student is wearing traditional clothing to talk about the earlier years. But the shirt and the leggings, the pipe bag, the moccasins, and the dance wand the teacher holding are ones that we have here to show, again, a teaching resource, a use of the collection.
We were happy to be able to identify the Native American student in that photo because so many historic photographs of American Indians you see tend to the people tend to be like generic Indians, interchangeable, and people don't get a sense that these people had names, that they had identities, that they had a tribal background.
Chippewa tribal member Paulette Mullen is co-curator of the exhibit and the current director of Hampton's American Indian Education Program. Mullen researched students from the White Earth Reservation in Minnesota who went to Hampton.
And I think I'm very typical of a lot of Indian people who have visited the campus, in that they're very interested in finding out who their family members were, who their tribal members were, and what their experiences were.
Both my grandfather and an uncle went for a short period of time to Hampton Institute, and I was able to find there pictures of my grandfather when he was just a little boy. He was about 9 years old. It was just charming. He was so cute.
Joellen Archambault directs the American Indian program at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History.
And nobody in the family knew about that. And so I was able to get copies of those photographs and send them to some family members. And also, they had some letters that he wrote and pictures of his first house. It was just marvelous, frankly. I had a personal experience of the value to me as an Indian person and the value to our own family history of institutions keeping archival materials and keeping them safe for decades and decades.
Highway 26 is the main road linking Portland, Oregon to the high desert reservation of Warm Springs. Usually, travelers drive right through the community without stopping, but the Confederated Tribes hope their new museum, set to open in 1992, will attract visitors' attention. It features exhibits on the history of the Warm Springs, Wasco, and Paiute peoples, their traditional ceremonies and songs, even interactive video games on language and legends.
We have what we call the 7-drum washa religion, and these hand drums were used for that in the longhouse.
What's it made of? What's the covering?
It's made out of deer hide or elk hide, and a wooden frame and hide straps for the back to hold on.
The museum has been on the drawing board since the late 1950s. In 1974, the tribes started setting aside $50,000 a year to purchase artifacts.
We've collected buckskin dresses, what we call a deer tail dress that's made out of a full hide of a deer, and the ends is left with a deer tail on it for design fringes.
They have a fantastic collection at Warm Springs. I hope I'm able to go out there and do some research. They have been very fortunate in that they've had money to be able to buy objects from their own tribal people instead of having them go on the marketplace, which is usually what happens. So they have a fantastic collection as a tribal museum.
We've had some competition.
Betty Lou Luciel works with the Artifacts Accessions Committee.
There are collectors who know Indian artifacts are becoming more rare as time goes. And it's hard because where we can only pay $2,500 for a really old, really prime buckskin dress, he can come and offer them $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. I want to ask you to answer me honestly. Who would you sell to? Hard times answer to the way we've been betrayed. And it's not that we're not willing to pay $10,000, $20,000 a dress. We've set a rate, and we try to stay at that rate so that everyone who brings an artifact in can be acknowledged.
The group rotates members, working closely designing exhibits with curator Liz Cross and the director of the Middle Oregon Historical Society, Michael Hammond.
everything that is Wasco, Warm Springs, or Paiute gets top priority here. I'm not sure everything that's Wasco, Warm Springs, and Paiute gets top priority at the Smithsonian. And it's not that, they're not caring for the artifacts. It's just they might be in a box, they might be in a storage. When funds are available to restore some things, they're not given top priority sometimes. If they're spectacular pieces, yes. But otherwise they might say, well, yes, but that one can wait 10 years in order to do the conservation work on it. At Warm Springs, we're not going to wait 10 years.
Indian history is in the songs, the legends, the foods, and the artwork. As exhibits, archives, recordings, and books are being created by American Indian people, old stereotypes, assumptions, and inaccuracies are being replaced. But for scholar Joellen Archambault, even historical records with misinformation can be put to good use.
As a graduate student, I had to learn that either I was going to learn not to react continually to these cultural insults, is basically what they are, and focus on the information, or I was going to spend my entire life reacting and never get on to the creative process of scholarship. There are many, many examples, probably hundreds of examples of particularly Christian missionaries who, of course, went out to save Indian souls because, of course, all Indians were pagans and heathens and therefore destined to burn in hell. But you look past that because they also at the same time, or some of these early missionaries at the same time, described ways of life, described sometimes even ceremonies, even though they thought they were the work of the devil, oftentimes wrote down vocabularies, language material, oral tradition, tribal histories that are now absolutely critical to the interpretation of Indian history and culture in the past.
At the same time, non-Indian scholars are working to rectify some of the distortions, acknowledging the contributions Native people have made to academia and to the broader society.
I work with Omaha music because I love Omaha music. Every time the drum starts up, I can feel my heart pounding faster.
Dorothy Lee works with the Omaha Tribal Historical Project.
I call myself an ethnomusicologist, but the real ethnomusicologists are the people who are singing, the Jacob Drum, who's the head singer, and Rufus White, and the Sheridan brothers, and all of those people. They know so much about music that I'm just beginning to learn. The members of the board who are not members of the Omaha community are here simply because we want to help. We don't need to be in charge.
As more items are collected and reclaimed, more new facts will be revealed, leaving a fuller picture of Indian history for future generations. Lee Davis, director of the California Indian Library Project.
Right now, what we've got in every archive that we've built is a book sitting there with the collection that is the public information book. So anyone can comment on the collection. It is not censored, it is not evaluated, so that the Indian people's comments are now recorded and become part of the scholarly or historic record on the history and culture of their people. And now, that if someone wants to look at the original documents, they can, but if they are a responsible scholar, they will also go to the comment books and see what the Indian people themselves say about this information. And in a way, it's rewriting history from an Indian point of view. At least it's the beginning of rewriting history from an Indian point of view.
There's a big void on 20th century Indian history, even by professional historians.
University of Oklahoma scholar Dwayne Hale.
Many people are still writing books about George A. Custer. Many people are still fighting the so-called Indian Wars of the 19th century. And it's hard to believe, but in 1991, few people have turned into the 20th century. Now, there are a few books that have been written on Indian policy in the various periods, but I encourage people to fill the void.
The story of my people and the story of this place are one single story. No man can think of us without also thinking of this place. We are always joined together.
America's Heritage, Preserving Our History, was produced by Njemile Rollins. Special thanks to musicians Bernard Duran and Geraldine Barney, and to Gerald Wofford, Andrea Henley, Randall Morgan, and Mary Sando of KWSO, owned and operated by the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Gevins. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate Producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. There have been many stories in the past few years about high-stakes gambling on Indian reservations. Critics say natives are making money, but at the cost of losing ancient traditions. There are few stories about tribes who use other, more standard economic tools, like manufacturing enterprises, winning government contracts, and running resorts to earn profits. Then using this money, they revive their communities and bolster their tribal sovereignty. But that's what tribes in Mississippi, Maine, Montana, and Oregon are doing. Jyl Hoyt tells their stories.
Deep blue sky silhouette pine-covered hills on the Warm Springs Reservation in central Oregon. Volcanic rock and creeks with bubbling hot springs give way to rich grasslands. The Warm Springs, Paiute, and Wasco tribes signed a treaty defining this land as their reservation in 1855, before Oregon was a state. But it wasn't until almost a century later, says longtime tribal employee Jeff Sanders, that the tribes chose to lay out a roadmap for economic self-sufficiency.
Change to Indian community, particularly at Warm Springs, has been one of, like the Stone Age to the 20th century, basically, that the first two employees of the Confederated Tribes was back in about 1947. From then to 1991, we have evolved into a 600-man governmental-run operation here.
At tribal headquarters, large wall paintings that instill pride in traditional culture blend with computers and fax machines. As the largest employer in Central Oregon, the tribes own and operate a resort, sawmill, and sewing factory. They finance some of these industries using income from hydropower facilities on the Deschutes River that borders the reservation. In 1954, the tribes allowed a utility company to build 2 dams on this river, then built a 3rd dam themselves in 1981. The tribes earned $3.2 million in revenue each year from the dams. They leverage this money with funds from state and federal programs to create job opportunities for tribal members. Warm Springs Apparel Industries regularly wins contracts with Nike, White Stag, Holly Hansen, and other sportswear companies. Bernice Courtney manages the 30 workers who rapidly stitch together iridescent strips of cloth, turning them into sweatshirts, running tights, and other high-tech fitness clothes.
If you grow up in the culture where you cut fish and you dry salmon and you tan hides and you do beadwork, your manual dexterity is higher than a lot of other people's. what I've always wanted to do, the reason I got into this sewing plant was that I saw that eventually we could get into our own line and using our Native American theme.
Workers embroider, then bead native designs onto sweatshirts. The tribes sell them using a marketing plan that non-tribal experts helped them create.
Yeah, they won't let us in the room even.
23. Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
The tribes also employ non-Indian professionals to help them run Kanita, the tribe's stylish hot springs resort, which includes a golf course and 2 Olympic-sized pools. Assistant General Manager Steve Whitaker says the 25-year-old resort is only now profitable because a new management approach requires supervisors and workers, both tribal and non-tribal, to be accountable.
They have to be responsible for their own actions. We have to be responsible to see that they're capable of doing those actions as part of their job. And I think that the work ethic is getting people to understand the difference that they make because of the job that they do.
Wearing navy blue blazers, Native employees check in resort customers. Others serve lightly sautéed vegetables and meats with rich sauces in a dining room lit by chandeliers. Many of the 250 workers here earn minimum wage as they clean rooms, tend flower gardens, and run gift shops. Several years ago, the Tribal Council began requiring all employees to take drug and alcohol tests. The tribes realized, as many corporations do, that it's good for business. Whitaker says a lot of people lost their jobs because of the controversial testing, but he agrees it saves the resort money.
Our workmen's compensation has just gone down dramatically because we don't have anywhere near the job-related accidents that used to be here. It's night and day. We went from $80,000 in workmen's compensation down to $12,000. Pretty dramatic.
At the other end of the reservation, 300 employees, both Indian and non-Indian, who earn more than $10 an hour, work in the Warm Springs Forest Products industry, which includes a veneer plant, plywood division, and 2 sawmills. But the operation is controversial because during the past decades, loggers have cut all the big trees on reservation lands. Only small timber remains. General Manager Bob Macy, a tribal member, expected to have more than 100 million board feet of these smaller trees to harvest. But the Tribal Council, lobbied by other forest users, such as huckleberry pickers and environmentalists, will allow him to cut only half that amount.
If we don't log that area and recover the value out of those trees, so be it. But with a lack of wood, then pretty soon it gets to the point where you bite the bullet and you shut something down.
Which means fewer jobs and less money for the tribes. But what worries Elder Verbena Green much more than lost logging revenues is the destruction of tribal land, which prevents traditionalists from following ancient customs.
Well, you know, when you log a place, it ruins a piece of ground. Where our roots grow, the camas grows in the mountains. They log clay around it till they ruined it. We've lost almost every camas ground we have here now.
Some worry the tribe's culture as well as land is being hurt. Tribal member Louis Pitt Jr. describes himself as an environmental and cultural watchdog.
There's a lot more to life than just the balance sheet and bottom line and profit. Is that somehow or another is that it all depends. Everything has to be intertwined with the traditional values, the cultural values, and not just looked at in a money way.
Oregon's Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs are still grappling with how to achieve that delicate balance between economic development and compatibility with land and culture. In Montana, the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes may be one step ahead. They're known as leaders in environmental protection. They see economic opportunity in maintaining the environmental health of the land. Sometimes people see grizzly bears digging roots along the jagged peaks of the Mission Mountain Wilderness on the Flathead Reservation. Montana's Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes designated 80,000 acres of forested mountains as wilderness. No mining or logging is allowed, and in the summer, certain areas are closed to hikers to protect the bears as they forage. This wilderness is one example of the people's reverence for their land, which they manage following these principles, says Rhonda Sweeney, who directs the Natural Resource Department.
Never taking more than you can use, to restore the things that you take, and to always keep in mind that your use is not the only use to be made of a property or a region, that you have to provide the same kind or ensure the same kind of use for future generations.
The tribes often take controversial stands to follow these principles. They own the lower half of Flathead Lake and went to court to win the authority to limit development on lake shores, where many non-Indians have summer cabins. To preserve reservation wildlife, tribes also went to court to force Montana to cooperate in limiting hunting and fishing. They forced a power company to return ownership plus management of Kerr Dam, which provides them with $10 million annually. Tribes had the reservation designated a Class 1 air site, which limits some kinds of development, such as building an aluminum smelter, but opens doors to other economic opportunities. 10 years ago, they started S&K Electronics, now a profitable tribal industry that contracts mainly with the U.S. Department of Defense. General Manager Jim Perro oversees 60 workers who deftly solder together tiny pieces of metal. They've made 100,000 electric air heaters for military vehicles in the past 6 years.
They have to learn how to work, at a white man's kind of a job. The so-called Indianness is something in a person's heart. It's something in their inner being. You can still work at electronics and be an Indian, in my view.
The tribes have come to terms with a problem faced by many reservation businesses: absenteeism due to cultural traditions, such as week-long funerals, jump dances, powwows, or tribal medicine.
We encourage them to accrue leave to cover it, but if they don't have leave, we give them excused leave without pay, so they're not penalized for participating in Indian activities.
Tribal member Jim Perro says one reason S&K Electronics is so successful is the corporation's independence from tribal politics.
You have to turn the managers loose to manage the company, and the less interference there is, the better. In our situation, the tribes are the sole shareholder of the company. We make an annual report to them, and we have our own board of directors. And so there is some insulation from tribal politics. It works quite well.
Across the highway from S&K Electronics is Salish Kootenai College. Built of wood, brick, and glass, the fully accredited school educates 800 students a year. Tribal member Karen Fitton is education coordinator.
The other thing that's unique about this campus is that the majority of these buildings have been built by the students through our carpentry and building and trades program. Much of the tables in the computer science room and some of those were all built by the carpentry students as well.
Not only do tribes save money by having students participate in construction, they also give students a sense of ownership in the college. An iron sculpture of Indian men graces the center of campus, hallmark of a culture Indians almost lost but now are reviving. On the edge of the grounds is a satellite dish for video courses. Besides computer, math, and science programs, Salish Kootenai College also offers high tanning and native language instruction. But if members can't get the courses they want here, they're encouraged to go elsewhere, says Director of Economic Development Tomo Savita.
By having our members move away for a period of time, they get exposed to other things that exist in the United States. And as a consequence, they bring back new ideas to us and also ways of doing things and improving what we're doing here. So that helps us in the long-term strategy of trying to build a good, comfortable lifestyle for everybody here.
Lifestyles began to improve when natives joined the military and experienced life off the reservation, then returned home. Perhaps the most dramatic example took place in Maine with the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot nations. Loons cry in early evening on Maine waterways. Their haunting ancestral call brings to mind the struggle of the Indians who lived here long before the voyage of Christopher Columbus. The Penobscot and Passamaquoddy tribes suffered the brunt of European migration. Then disease and injustice almost destroyed the people, their culture, and economy. In 1954, when John Stevens returned home from the Korean War, life was unbearable.
Well, there was only 199 Indian people living here at the time, and most of them lived in shacks made of tar paper, and there was no indoor plumbing, no water, no sewer, and everybody burned wood, and there was no such thing as a furnace. People was poor, real poor, uneducated, no school system. There was no income whatsoever.
Besides poverty, there was prejudice. Barbers wouldn't cut Indians' hair. A state poll tax prevented natives from voting. The U.S. government didn't even recognize the Passamaquoddies and Penobscots as tribes. But one day, John Stevens' aunt asked him to look through some old papers stored in a trunk.
I unbuckled the straps and I looked in there. And one huge envelope struck me as very unique kind of an envelope. It was wrapped in straw. It would rip. It would rip every time I moved it. So I got it, and I spread it out. And I began to read it, and it was a treaty.
The treaty said the tribes could keep 6,000 acres, but all other lands were no longer theirs. For a decade, John Stevens tried to find someone who would use the treaty to get back the land the tribes had lost. Then Tom Tureen, a young non-native fresh out of law school, took the challenge. He found more treaties and obscure congressional acts that led him to believe that the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot Indians could legally claim 2/3 of the state of Maine. For several years, Tureen led the tribes through a series of complex legal actions. An out-of-court agreement was finally reached, and the U.S. government awarded more than $81 million to the tribes and gave them authority to acquire 300,000 acres of Maine. Tom Tureen says the land claim had 3 goals.
One was to get land and money, for the wrongful use of the land. The second was to get federal Indian services, which the Maine tribes didn't get, unlike other tribes. The third objective was to end the discrimination vis-a-vis Maine tribes where sovereignty was concerned, and to get the Maine tribes at least into the position of other Indian tribes where their inherent sovereignty was recognized.
The next challenge was to use the hard-won money to benefit the tribes. That meant going outside the reservation and doing business with non-natives. Tom Tureen now heads Tribal Assets Management, a small investment bank that handles financial transactions.
We think that it makes sense for tribes to become participants in the economy of the region in which they live. There are a couple of reasons for doing this. The first one is most startups fail. Your chances of succeeding in a business are much greater if you buy one that's already there.
The tribes followed Tureen's advice and bought a commercial wild blueberry farm for $2 million. They hired a member to run it, earned a 40% return, and got their investment back in several years. They also bought a large cement factory and other regional businesses. To take advantage of off-reservation opportunities, tribes needed to do something they never could do before the land settlement: Bob Newell.
They were able to establish, credibility in the financial institutions. Today, the tribe can go out and borrow money. Now, you go back, prior to the settlement, we couldn't go out and borrow $1,000.
But some tribal members, like Eunice Bowman Nelson, think an intangible yet crucial element of Indian culture was forfeited when the Passamaquoddies and Penobscots won the $81 million settlement.
The loss of our traditional values, our traditional ways of living, that is sharing with others and caring for them, and a wholesale adoption of the values of the major society, that is, get as much money as you can, and it doesn't make any difference how you get it.
Tribal leaders agree some of this happens, but they point to higher living standards and healthier populations as signs that a thriving economy is responsible for the tribe's survival. The Maine tribes had a cash settlement. The Montana and Oregon tribes have hydro dams, timber, and spectacular scenery. The Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians has no such resources. William Bell remembers what it was like for his people before.
Very poor. And most of them worked out in the fields working for somebody else as a sharecropper in the cotton fields. That's where mostly the people here worked and made their livings, was working for somebody else. We didn't have anything here to offer like we have now.
What Choctaw leaders have to offer their 6,000 people now are enough jobs for anyone who wants to work. The tribe has 6 plants with 400,000 square feet of manufacturing space. Along with their joint ventures, they provide almost 2,500 jobs. Plant managers here are not tribal members, but they do answer to the tribal council. President and CEO of Chata Enterprises, Lester Dalmay, approaches a group of Choctaws who snip color-coded wires.
We cut over 400,000 wires a day just to keep up with our current schedules for final assembly wiring harnesses.
Dalmay oversees 1,000 employees who cut wires and build electrical devices for cars. The plant was completed in 1980, one of the Choctaws' first forays into business.
To take a social group of individuals who had no background in industry and to mold them into one of the finest manufacturing organizations in the state took a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication on a lot of people's behalf.
Lester Dalmay says the Choctaws' natural resources include determination, ingenuity, ambition, a willingness to work hard and take risks. Bob Perro is president of another enterprise, Chata Electronics, where 135 people assemble speakers for cars.
As you can see, they have to reach under the speaker with a pair of tweezers, grab that wire, and then thread it through that little hole in the terminal board. And they do one of those about every 4 seconds. Oh, they have a great amount of dexterity and a lot of stamina.
But stamina and dexterity can't protect tribal enterprises from the economic ups and downs of the auto industry. So the Mississippi Band is diversifying. Chata Electronics workers assemble speakers for cars and the PV Music Company. At another Indian business, Choctaw Manufacturing Enterprises, employees assemble wires for trucks, Xerox copy machines, and personal computer boards. Like other managers on the reservation, Sam Schisler's main goal is delivering quality goods at the right time. He put a big sign up on the wall to remind workers that the tribe's explosive success is built on quality.
And then our quality commitment to our customers. And quality is meeting customer requirements, is doing the job right the first time, every time. And we don't want to make rejects.
While the Choctaws have created many assembly line jobs, they don't have capital for college scholarships to train Indians to be lawyers, engineers, accountants, and teachers. But they've taken several steps in that direction. They bought a printing plant, and a cattle brokerage business, which won't provide jobs but will provide revenue. Perhaps even more important, the Mississippi Band took control of education. The Choctaw Elementary School is spacious and light. The halls are lined with drawings done by kids. Each kindergarten class has its own sandbox and outside play area. The science lab boasts state-of-the-art equipment. Philip Martin is chief of the Choctaw.
We've contracted the high school, K through 12, and we're responsible in the operation of the school where before the Bureau of Indian Affairs, a government agency, were running our schools. It has not brought quality education to our kids. So we decided that, we can do a better job and maintain local control, and as well as setting the standards that we want our kids to follow.
One important standard is pride in cultural traditions. Most children only learn English when they come to school. Unlike the Bureau of Indian Affairs schools, which historically punished Indians who used native tongues, Choctaw language and culture are praised in this tribal school. Social studies teacher Betty Reed.
Every year, my Choctaw fair ugly michigmat. Nata yom ugly sabigada.
Stick stick.
Hecha?
Rabbit stick though. Brogan. Beadwork. Basket weaving.
Kevin, stickball in game. Kanichis washoga anole. Shanole now.
Sticks is shabamish.
Reed and her students discuss the Choctaw Fair held each summer. A princess is elected, people dress in traditional clothes, eat greens and fish at feasts, and dance and sing all through the night. People who left the reservation years ago to seek employment often return for these celebrations. Many end up staying because now they can find work. But not everyone can find housing. The Mississippi Band needs unrestricted funds to build homes and make loans. Tribal leaders plan to enhance existing enterprises to earn more capital. They're also preparing for the future, when competition from third world countries with cheap labor might undermine their manufacturing plants. Written in bold letters across Chief Martin's business cards is Choctaw self-determination.
We had to do a lot of community development, education development, then economic development. You have to get your infrastructure in place in a community. You have to have good roads. You got to have good schools, good hospitals, good homes. Simultaneously, we worked on those kind of things as well as work while we were working on our economic development. So all of that has to fit in place. Primarily, economic development ties in with education. Education ties in with community development. Those are the three prongs that will make it work.
Martin says each tribe must find its own path to self-determination. Many leaders say economic independence coupled with tribal values is the most successful approach to sovereignty. I'm Jyl Hoyt.
Rebuilding Our Nations was written, produced, and narrated by Jyl Hoyt. Special thanks to Robert H. White, author of Tribal Assets, The Rebirth of Native America, and Steve Gleason with the Economic Development Department of the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Gevins. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate Producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. The earth, the elements, and the animals have always been our teachers. The elders tell us stories about the origin of our people and the way we must live on Mother Earth. Now, as our elders, our traditional teachers, are supplanted by schools, children no longer learn the old ways. They learn the English language and the history and customs of people from outside the community. For many years, the schools these outsiders created tried to change our children from Indians to white people, and the kids often came back confused and troubled. Now, more Indians are getting involved in running our own schools and adjusting the curriculum. Once again, we are preparing our children to know how to live as Indians. Education, Learning to Fix the World, is producer Karen Michelle's look at Indian education today.
A half-dozen preschool girls sit on tree stumps, each holding a rectangular wooden block to her right ear while chanting, imitating older folks, calling for help. A small boy with a 16-inch long narrow dowel rod rhythmically taps on the girls' perches, but not on them. The girls are telephoning, they say, because he is bothering them. Like children everywhere, their play mimics what they see around them, whether the source is adult life or a program on television. Sometimes in a gritty urban environment, like Oakland, kids' games may not seem so playful. These kids are in Hintil Kuka, a year-round before and after-school program in the hills above Oakland, California, just past the College of the Holy Names and a decent-sized Safeway supermarket. Hintil Kuka is Pomo for House of Children. The children here are between 3 and 12 years old. As in most schools, the youngsters' names are posted on the bulletin board, not lettered on smiley faces, but on construction paper cutouts of buffaloes. Below the names are the tribal affiliations: Pomo Navajo, Navajo Hopi, Paiute Seminole, and Eskimo Filipino Mexican Irish among them. Just 2 of the 28 students are identified as European American. Hintil Kuka began about 15 years ago as a place for Native American children. Teacher Pat Jackson is African American. She's been here for 5 years and enjoys teaching from a non-Eurocentric perspective.
To help get rid of the stereotypes and that coming around at Thanksgiving, which should be ongoing throughout the year. You know, it should be. This is history, so it should be taught like that, not just as something that happens once a year. I think A up there is for acorn. What was that? Maybe acorn. Yeah, acorn. B is for basket.
Coyote.
One of the concerns was having a school that really taught the Native American culture and to encourage self-pride, cultural information, and an awareness, cultural awareness for the Native American children that lived in the Oakland area. Parents come in and they do projects. Teachers teach cultural projects to the students. The community is really involved. There's an extensive, how can I say, it's like Hintil has this long arm out into the community and reaching into the resources that are available for Native Americans.
D is for deer. And I don't know what that picture is over there.
D is for eel.
D is for eel.
Diane Vitarsky is from Port Huron, Michigan. She's Ottawa. Her husband is Samoan. 3 of their children, ages 10, 9, and 7, come here because it's an Indian school.
Indian heritage is about one whole nation of Indians, and that's what we are. And here the kids know, they learn about all the nations. So it's not, they know that they're prejudicing because they think they're the best, or they're where they come from is the only place where Indians come from. It's all the tribal nations here, and I think that's really good for the kids because they're learning more than they would have if it was just one tribe.
While the kids in Oakland come from many different Native American groups, children growing up on a reservation or in a more rural setting tend to share a common background. In northwest Washington, there are a number of Indian reservations.
Come on, Timberline. Come on, Wolf Creek. Let's go.
The Lummi Reservation in Bellingham, Washington, overlooks Puget Sound and is surrounded by tall cedar trees. As it is for all indigenous people, the Lummi have a spiritual attachment to their land. A 30-inch in diameter drum sits face up on the floor of the community center. It's one of 3 drums at what's billed as a mini powwow. Teenage boys in feathered headdresses and elaborately beaded costumes surround the drum, beating its skin surface and singing. Around them, children and elders watch, some with tape recorders in hand, while others dance alone or in small groups on the large open floor. Here, as it was in the past, the youngsters have learned from their elders, but now school is where kids do most of their learning. For the Lummi people, being in school doesn't mean replacing one culture with another, but rather combining academic instruction with respect for heritage. Luti Hilaire helps the young Lummi learn to drum and sing, to dance and continue the traditions. A teacher with Northwest Indian College, she doesn't want young people to experience what she did when she went to school.
The first day of school, when I went to the public school, I found out all people didn't have the teaching that I had when I left home. It was very difficult for me to go to school. I was told by my dad to leave my he told me I couldn't be who I was at home. I couldn't use my language anymore. I had to talk this foreign tongue, English. I hated it. My whole life turned around when I had to go to school, learn all these different things. Math, spelling, reading. I had to put myself in a cocoon within my own small life that I had. I couldn't do the things that I did with my grandmother and grandfather and my grandaunt and uncles. Take one coat off and put another one on to go to school. Put another one on to go home. I was so fragmented, I didn't know when I was coming or going.
There are dozens of kids in the Lummi Head Start program. In the back of a large room on the floor, a small boy and girl draw on a chalkboard. Frank Lawrence is their teacher. His graying hair is held back by the red bandana tied around his forehead.
Way now, Kyle.
What is that, Frankie?
That's supposed to be a lance.
Well,
Big spear. Everything I know, my grandmother told me. My auntie, you know, she told me one day I'm going to be taking care of kids, and everything I do today is what my grandmother told me, and I'm doing it. Maybe she's seen me what I was going to do. I don't know.
Frankie.
No.
Frankie.
I wish I paid attention. My grandmother used to talk to me in her native tongue all the time, and
Will you watch all of them for me?
yeah, I'll watch them. I wish I paid attention, you know, too busy kind of having fun or something, you know, just enjoying life at the time. They got a chance now to bring it back, because, you know, it's German to me. I can't say the language, you know, because I wish I'd paid attention to my grandmother.
Basically, I'll do a little review of some of the basics of the Hulami Chawasan. Okay, basically you have your suffixes that go on the ends of the words. Sun, like this, shows that it is I am doing something. Sun. The dash SXW, and it's pronounced shu. Okay, this shows that it is you are doing something. This is I and this is you. The dash LH is pronounced tongue right behind you, 2 front teeth up on the top. Silikutsanasna. That's my Indian name. My name is Bill James. I teach the Lummi language, which is a branch of the Coast Salish languages.
Everyone. Bill James is in his late 40s. He's one of the few members of his tribe who still speak the language fluently. His grandfather was his first teacher. Now Bill teaches the language to others as part of Northwest Indian College, not many yards from the Head Start building. Here in Lummi, all grades, preschool through college, are taught in the same walkway-connected complex. Bill James has had students from elementary school in his class, and occasionally elders stop by. In these schools, a student may take Lummi instead of a foreign language.
I did part of this in a play we have. It's No Less Than Death. I just wanted to do it in front of people, so I did some of it. Now, Siam, so eats and no helic, quanis and attach latia kaya siam.
This teenager is one of Bill James' language students.
Siam, Haishka Siam, Quanis Quan, Na Quaqual Siam, Haishka Siam, Nostalgia Siam. I thank all the people. It's happy to see all the people here. I don't speak the language, but I'm still learning. Thanking them for listening to my words that I had to say.
I think personally the atmosphere that we have here at the Northwest Indian College, formerly the Lummi Community College, is geared to the needs of our community, not to anyone else's needs. It's geared to us here. And our young people need the self-identity and self-esteem in themselves before they can succeed. And this is very important. They need to identify with being Indian, as well as being able to go take the computer science classes, or as well as going to take the other classes. There is no reason why we can't live in both worlds at once.
Yeah. See, look at passwords incomplete. Put like this. Look. Oh yeah, I know.
This computer-filled classroom is in Peach Springs, Arizona, on the Wallapai Reservation, along historic Highway 66. There's a narrow, rutted, boulder-strewn road through the middle of the community, leading to the Colorado River and the bottom of the Grand Canyon. About 1,500 people live on the 1 million-acre reservation. Here, in the 1- and 2-story wood-frame government houses, there are still elders who weave baskets, sing, and know the language. Most people do speak Wallapai. It's the language kids often hear at home, and every day at school. Just 15 years ago, students came to school in Peach Springs speaking more Wallapai than English. Now, English predominates.
1, Sita.
Teacher.
0, Bem. Hanja. All right. No, you didn't listen.
Barbara Tinhorn is the teacher in this classroom of first and second graders. She's also a member of the tribal council. Using calculators, the kids are learning addition in both the Wallapai and English languages, though there is no Wallapai word for equals. Like the principal and more than half of the staff at Peach Springs School, Barbara Tinhorn is Wallapai. That's an unusually high percentage. Nationwide, only 1% of Indian grade schoolers have an Indian teacher or principal. Here, each of the 10 classrooms, for grades K through 8, has at least one native Wallapai speaker, the teacher or an aide. Like many in the school, Barbara Tinhorn began as a teacher's aide. Like most Indian educators, she strongly believes that if a person loses their language, they lose their culture.
And a lot of my relatives had said, why do you want to learn that? When we went to school, we were, reprimanded. Our mouth was washed out with soap, or they hit our hands with rulers for us speaking our own language. And so the older people are, it's a contradiction, And we're trying to explain to them, if we don't teach them and you don't bring, the legends and the other kind of stuff, then how are we to teach these younger ones?
Commune, what
This rather isolated school in northwestern Arizona is unusual. Not only has there been a bilingual program at Peach Springs since 1975, but the school is also technologically advanced. The approach to education, called Project Tradition and Technology, integrates Hualapai culture into the curriculum. In this school, in addition to the computer lab, there's a video studio and a spacious library. And every room has computers, cable TV, and a telephone. Lucille Cindy Watahamaji is the principal.
When you really get right down to it, who's the ones that dictate what your curriculum is going to be? Textbook publishers. They're the ones that have all that power and control over what goes into a curriculum. And so, as a teacher, you can just sit down and say, turn to page this, we're going to read about this. It tells me I'm supposed to do an overhead. I'll do this overhead. It's already made up. It says show a film. I'll show that film. And it's all, my lesson plan is all written. I don't have to think. I'll just do what it says. I don't have to enjoy it. I don't have to develop anything. And so sometimes I think it would be easier to teach that way. But then that would mean that it's not relevant. Not for our kids here anyway.
Okay, you need a science folder.
In the Peach Springs School, along with the standard texts, there's a series of more than a dozen locally produced books. The titles include I Am Hualapai, The Colorado River, and Historic Land Sites of the Hualapai. All of the books are in the Hualapai language, with minimal English, if any, and are based on tape recordings of elders. Here, Eleanor Mapatas tells the story of the origin of the sun. It begins, a long time ago, when the sun was human, the people roamed all over this land. In the past, all teaching was verbal or by example. Now, stories are in books.
Linguists that come back in the 40s and 50s and did a lot of recording and writing. But in order to read a lot of that stuff, you had to be a linguist, or you had to take courses in linguistics to learn all the weird symbols and, writings that they did. So one of the things we first did was we developed our own orthography, which is using the regular English alphabet, And from there we went ahead and, started writing, books and things. And then this is mainly for speakers of the language, because we found out that if we brought somebody in from the community that can speak Hualapai and have him sit down and take a look at the alphabet that we have for the Hualapai, and he'd look at that, and probably within half an hour he could read the stuff that we have. But I guess when the linguists had written a lot of these words, they used all these slashes and marks to kind of give it that originality sound, But we don't have to do that. We can look at the word and see what it is and say it. But if you gave it to a linguist, he'd probably pronounce it wrong because he doesn't have all those marks on there to make it sound like Hualapai.
Philbert Watahamaji is the director of the bilingual program. He is married to the principal, Lucille. She wrote the original grant that got the program started, including the Hualapai language texts. These glossy color photograph-covered books are at least as nice as any in the required state curriculum.
It's very important that the children have quality textbooks. I've been criticized quite a bit for having colored pictures, in our curriculum, instructional curriculum materials, because when I've been to workshops, especially with Native Americans, they say, hey, look at all the money you spent getting this colored book produced. You could have got 10 black and white books. And I'll say, so what? If the textbook publishers are going to put in our classroom these glossy colored pages, then it's not my decision, it's the parents' decision. We're going to have colored glossy pages in there too, just to show our kids that our language and our pictures, their pictures, are just as important as what we're going to buy from a textbook publisher. What books we didn't publish, then that's all going on to the hypercard.
Jim is a little boy, and then you can break that up.
H.
H. Okay, and then we're using the same sound, see, with that sound.
Using the Macintosh computer's HyperCard program, students can read prompts on the screen, hear the sounds of the language, and even compare their own pronunciation with that of the computer.
Do the whatever. I'm happy. Yeah, and means we're okay. We're all fine.
In just 2 years, these girls will graduate from Peach Springs School and travel 100 miles a day to a high school in either the relative metropolis of fast food restaurant-filled Kingman or in Seligman, home of an allegedly 50-year-old pygmy buffalo and a general store specializing in Highway 66 memorabilia.
School and go to college and finish college. And probably.
These kids have a much better chance of graduating from high school and going on than most. Recent studies show that Native students drop out of high school nearly twice as often as non-Natives, and in some districts, all the Native American kids leave school. All the Peach Spring 8th graders ultimately graduate from high school, and then a third go on to college or trade school. For students who don't want to go directly to a mainstream university, there are 24 tribal colleges, most of them 2-year reservation-based schools like Northwest Indian College. There is just one off-reservation tribal college, DQU. This 2-year college near Sacramento, California, was established in 1971, following literally a battle with the University of California at Davis for control of the land. It's graduation day at Dagana Wida Quetzalcoatl University, DQU. There's a powwow in the gym to celebrate. No alcohol or drugs are allowed. 2 of the 10 graduates stepped outside to cool down. One of them 20 years old, the other 32.
My name's Tim Grant, and I'm living here in Davis, but I'm originally from Nebraska. I'm Omaha tribe.
My name's Mono Hines. I'm originally from Oakland, but my tribe's Mescalero Apache. At first you come here like myself, I only knew a little bit about my people, and from here, from Tim and everyone else, all the other different cultures, they show you more. It just becomes more spiritual. It helps you a lot in school. I want to become a teacher back on the res, ethnic relations, to show them that, as an example, if I can make it in the white man's world, being from where I'm from, you can do the same thing. I would like more like a stone in a bridge where they can use me to cross over from both worlds. And I think a lot of people here want the same thing. They come here not knowing what to do a lot, but from here they see what they need and what the strengths and the weaknesses of other people, then they make it, and they go back to their people showing them, I can make it, you can make it.
I'd like to stay in the science field, probably work in a laboratory, and maybe get my teaching credentials with my degree, and maybe teach someplace part-time, maybe come back here and teach for a little bit,
Over all the singing of the sea and the words in the first language given to the people here. We are all the children of children.
Ramona Wilson is from the Colville tribe in Washington State. She's the coordinator of the Indian Education Center in Oakland, California, a couple of hours' drive from DQU. She's also a writer.
It has taken us hundreds of years to come to this place. But we know each other and take hands to dance by the sea to the songs of children. We are all learning, and we are hungry. We are hungry for each other, our histories, our inexplainable love for the hill beneath our feet, our stories. Our peace is not for long,
and we go soon onto our roads, our only comfort in the hands we give to each other. It is a strange land we go to, that we are asked to see, and we are asked to bring back things for the other people on the road. They say it is knowledge, it is pride, they say it is necessary, it is survival. It is all these things, why we ask our children to keep on going. Someday we say, you will come to a place where you will choose to live.
Education, Becoming a Whole Person, was written, produced, and narrated by Karen Michelle. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Gevins. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate Producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. In this program, through Carib Eyes, the Columbus encounter in the Caribbean, we will hear from descendants of native peoples who survived the European conquest of these islands. Descendants who continue to claim their ancestral culture and traditions 500 years after Columbus arrived on these shores. I am Tantoo Cardinal.
I'm Leo del Águila. The predominant native peoples encountered by Columbus on the Caribbean islands were the Taíno and Caribs. The Taínos lived in Santo Domingo, Cuba, and Puerto Rico. The Caribs populated the smaller islands to the south. As discovery gave way to subjugation, the surviving Indians of the Caribbean often mixed Spanish and African to con names to describe their condition. Names like Guajiro, the Taíno word for the common man, or Jíbaro in Puerto Rico. Jíbaro, from the Taíno word Jiba, meaning rock, thus people of the rock, describes the rough mountain terrain where natives retreated in order to survive.
There are no Taínos. You're not a Taíno. What makes you think you are? But just saying I am. And my Indian friends kept saying, you are. Just be.
From the time I was brought up as a child, I always know we are Indians and we are still, though we are few, but we are still surviving.
We are not asking any government or any other people to tell us yes or no about us being Taíno. We do not need their acknowledgement. We reserve the right to define ourselves for ourselves as human beings and as Taíno people.
You know, I'm definitely a Jíbaro, and I'll always say that because that's what my parents were and that's what I am.
Once you know who you are and where you've come from, you know where you're heading. If you don't know where you've come from, then you don't know where the hell you're going. Where's your basis? Where's your foundation? No lo tiene. So, ¿para dónde vas? No sabe. Está. You know, you're just turning in all directions.
The voices that you just heard are those of Carib and Taíno descendants talking about their Indian identity. Their ancestors were the first to greet Columbus when he first arrived on this part of the world. Consequently, they were also the first to suffer from the abuses of the early Spanish colonizers.
It is thought, and it is written so in almost all the histories, all the books written about the Caribbean indigenous reality, that the indigenous people of the Caribbean were totally annihilated.
Jose Barreiro is editor of Northeast Indian, a quarterly published by Cornell University.
And yet, one example is Dominica itself, where you do find a community of nearly 3,000 native people with their own chief, with their own council, with their elders' council, made up principally of elder women of the community, people who still retain important aspects of their culture. Their language is almost totally gone now, except for specific words. But they still go out to sea. They still make their dugout canoe, the canoe being a Taino word that Columbus himself noted in his first voyage, and a number of chroniclers noted, and it's still being made out of the same gomia tree and same method precisely used to make it. There are skilled basket makers, many still left on the reserve, and the identity itself of the people, the cultural identity, the sense of themselves as Indian people remains.
The small southern Antilles island of Dominica is the home of the Carib Indian Reserve. The reserve, which is located on the Atlantic coast side of the island, is a community of native peoples who are the direct descendants of the first residents of the island. Carib chief Irvin Auguste reflects on his responsibilities and the survival of the Caribs.
We have come to remain here because of the land that has been set aside since 1901. The Carib people have lived communally then, and the office of chief has always been there, and the Carib people respect that office, and they have always maintained that they want that office to remain that way with its council. And I believe the office of the chief have had that big part in playing with keeping the Carib community as organized and as strong as it still is. The survival of the people, of course, is a different matter. 500 years ago, even 500 years before that, 500 years, 1,000 years now, the Carib people have survived because I believe that high level of independency in their own self. That's that kind of self-sufficiency where they don't rely on things from outside.
History is not a science. History is an art.
Jose Juan Arrom, Yale University Professor Emeritus, is an authority in Taino culture and language and an author.
Because the facts are interpreted by the historian. And it happened that in the 19th century, during the Wars of Independence, we wanted to paint the Spaniards, according to the black legend, as those cruel bastards that we had to throw out, who had killed all the Indians. And that political exaggeration colored the view of the historians that the Tainos had been completely decimated, completely killed, annihilated. That is not true. Now, let's put the facts as they were. Of course, some of them died in the military campaigns of the Spaniards and the Indians during the fights. Of course, they were also misused as servants. So there are several factors that decrease considerably the number of Indians. But what did the worst was not the horses and the dogs, nor the arquebus and the sword, but the importation of certain germs from Europe. In 1518, the smallpox appeared in the islands. 1518, and it wiped out half of the population. Half of the population. Another fact that has been overlooked is that many Spaniards were bachelors. They didn't bring their wives with them. And they were very normal. And they fell in love with the Indian girls that were very, very good wives. And the children of Spaniards and Indian women were neither Spaniards nor Indians. they were criollos, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, and so forth. And they were the majority. So there has been a tremendous amount of blood left. Now I'm talking scientifically. 1/3 of the student body of the University of Puerto Rico in Rio Piedras have anthropologically proved Indian elements in their blood. And the same in Cuba and so forth. But we overlook that. I said historians go by myth and emotions rather than by facts. But the fact is that the Indians are there, not only around us, but also within us.
The survivability is there. Very interestingly,
Cornell University's Jose Barreiro.
The identity that many of us Caribbeans, Cuban, Puerto Rico, Boricua, which is the Indian word, Santo Domingan, and there the term Jíbaro is used to describe the similar phenomenon. Many people carry within them not only some genes, genealogy, blood, Indian blood, as it's called. It's really a poor term, but used. But the identity, the feeling of rootedness. Not in Spain, not in Africa, but in the soil of the Caribbean islands, of the Americas. One very, very interesting phenomenon, example of this, is the formation in the last year of the Taino Indigenous Association in New York, of an ever-growing group of Puerto Rican and Cuban, and I'm sure other Caribbean peoples will also join in time, who identify very strongly as people with an Indian base. This is not a recreation. It is a revitalization of an identity.
When we had our first meeting, and that first night in the room, and I mean, you wouldn't have thought it because we were in a basement room. It was poorly ventilated. There was a lot of people smoking. It was like the most uncomfortable thing. But I felt something that I realized was missing. There was this part of me. I had always tried through therapy to find this thing that was missing. And I found it when I went to the meeting. It's something inside here, right in my gut. And so for me, I realized that this is what I was looking for, this missing thing. And then as I began to learn more, I began to realize that what they were telling me was that I was Taino, and that in taking that identity on, even against the contradictions that people were putting on me, which is the usual thing is, there are no Tainos, you're not a Taino, what makes you think you are? But just saying I am, and my Indian friends kept saying, you are, just be. And so as I've taken it on, I felt this emptiness begin to fill. So for me, it's like this long transitional voyage, but it's spirituality. It's to me, it's spirituality. It's what the true awakening of the spirit is for me personally.
When we got together, many of us were surprised to hear that there was an old prophecy by the daughter of one of our great caciques named Hayuya, and this woman's name was Aura Surey, and she said, and I'm paraphrasing, that men the color of cassava would come, and that they would disseminate the people, and that the people would be no more. She says, but 500 years later, the sound of the conch trumpet will blow again, and the Batu game will be played. And shortly after that happens, the Taino people will again walk on the island of Boriquen. So about 20 years ago, the conch shell trumpet was heard at the Hayuya festival, and the Batu game has been revived in Puerto Rico. We have people coming from the Dominican Republic, from Jamaica, from other places who have learned the game and have actual competitions of the Batu game, which was the sacred ball game of the Taino, our Taino ancestors. And unbeknownst to all of that and unbeknownst to the prophecy, here we are on Turtle Island, you know, coming together under the influence of something that we are each carrying inside very, very deeply, and it seems to be manifesting. And I see it as just a natural succession in that we were the first people to encounter the Europeans. So we were the first people to really fall under their swords, and it's like the picture I use is of a hurricane coming and just knocking everything down all the way from the East Coast, across the sea, all the way to the West, California, and North and South America. And as the people are reawakening again, I think that then it comes in the opposite direction. So I think that it's very logical that toward the very end of the 500 years, that we are sort of like the last groups to reawaken. You know, it's just that natural flow.
Daniel Rivera and Domingo Hernandez of the Taino Indigenous Association in New York City.
In other parts of the Caribbean, you find the identity still remains.
Again, Cornell's Jose Barreiro.
I was able to travel to eastern Cuba in 1989, where I was able to verify the existence of genealogically continuous native people, descendants of those first Arawaks who met Columbus at his landfall in Cuba, in precisely the same area, again, where he landed. Very interesting historical fact. In the area from Maisi Point, Maisi, a Taino word meaning corn, the wonder crop of the Americas, the greatest gift to the world of the American Indian people. From that point, traveling west along the northern coast to the area of Baracoa, most important in the municipality of Yateras and the Guantanamo area. There's a community of anywhere from 1,000 to possibly 2,000 Arawak descendants, Taino descendant people, and in one large community called Caridad de los Indios, Charity of the Indians. This is a bypassed, overlooked fact of modern anthropology and modern history, but in fact has been documented consistently from the last century to today. The Bureau of American Ethnology in Washington, D.C., the precursor to the Smithsonian Institution, documents the existence of native people in this area around the turn of the century and even earlier. They not only look Indian, but in my own experience in the area, I found that they fully identify as Indian people. Very significantly for me, as a student of native cultures, was to find a number of elder women, herbalists, grandmothers, who in the picking of the herbs use the sacred tobacco as an offering. In their case, they use the seeds from the tobacco to place near the plants that they will pick as an offering. And this tradition, this custom, is one that can be found in many parts of the Americas among native peoples. This is not an African-derived culture. It's not an Iberian custom. It's a native people's custom.
Tainoti, Jukiju Bagua Mauro Koti, Bibi Abatex. We give thanks to the spirits of our ancestors. We give thanks to the great mystery. We give thanks to the light in each one of us. May we learn to acknowledge the gifts and respect them and share them for the benefit of all the people.
On a hot summer day in New York City, after a Thanksgiving ceremony, Domingo Hernandez and Roberto Vélez of the Taíno Indigenous Association comment on their Amerindian identity.
3 basic ways in which we study and investigate so as to reach the conclusion that we are Taíno Indian people. First, there is the oral tradition, as in the case of Sibanacan, Sibadujo, and myself, and many other people here, where we come from families where mixture was acknowledged of bloods, but we were always told, you have Indian ancestry, you have Indian blood, you are an Indian person. That's one way that many of us reached our conclusion. Another way is through the physical characteristics of people in our family and the physical traits that clearly say we are not European background or we are not African. And also survival of cultural expressions that were not part of the general Puerto Rican culture. The expression of smudging one's home, what we say sahumerio, the expressions of collecting herbs in a sacred way, the expressions of folk healing. What I invite everyone to do constantly is really to study everything that is there about the Taínos, the Caribs, to study their own family history, and then not to stop there, but then to make comparative studies. See, to study the traditions or the philosophies of other indigenous groups, because since we all share a common stock, those things in our culture that may be meshed in with others and may be difficult to identify, you can begin to isolate them when you discover that the same process is done with the Seminole or with the Maya or other groups. You begin to see that there is a basic concept, among that being that we consider the earth a living being, among that being that we have a special relationship to all the natural elements. And also, I think very important, that understanding that between us and the Great Spirit there is no intermediary. But that each person listens to their dream and listens to their vision. And then it's up to the people to acknowledge it. And that's where empowerment comes in. So it's about being self-empowered. It's about having a direct communication with Great Mystery, however we may want to call it. And that no one else can validate you. Only you can validate you. And we're very clear about that. We are not asking any government or any other people to tell us yes or no about us being Taíno. We do not need their acknowledgement. We reserve the right to define ourselves for ourselves as human beings and as Taíno people. It's wonderful if other people acknowledge where we're coming from and treat us with respect. But whether the rest of the world decides to say we don't exist, it doesn't matter to us. We've survived for 500 years because of this mentality, and we will continue to survive.
If I can just add, I'd just like to add, one of the real important, at least in my life, was the great debt that I owe to all the other native peoples in North America. Simply because as a person who felt disassociated, from the mainstream of other indigenous groups, it was through making contact with other, whether they were Cherokee or Sicanju, Lakota, or many, many various peoples that I've had the privilege of being with and who have recognized something in me that my own people did not recognize, because according to us, hey, forget it, lo tuyo es fantasía. There's no such thing as a Taíno. And yet, I owe a great debt, again, to other ceremonies that have helped enrich my own faith and my own identity, such as the Sweat Lodge, such as medicine and vision quests, that I've had the opportunity of joining in with other Native Americans who have opened up their arms to me and said, okay, come on, brother. We see something in you. We know you are like us, And being a Jibaro, which is what I am through and through, You know, I am definitely a Jibaro, and I'll always say that because that's what my parents were and that's what I am. So I personally owe great debt to the native peoples just for supporting me when I thought I was on my own. And I think many of us felt that way, that we were alone. And we were sort of like shipwrecked on this, you know, North American continent. And here we are separating, we didn't know where to go or what to do. Now finally we're beginning to come together. Finally we're beginning to rejoice in our own way, in our own special way.
Jose Barreiro of Cornell University.
All of us that are attempting to recover this identity and to project what we feel inside, and are no longer afraid that we can pick up history book after history book or anthropology book after anthropology book that essentially says you don't exist. What you feel doesn't exist. You have been annihilated. You were decimated. You were totally and absolutely destroyed. The last Taino, the last Indian element of the Caribbean died in 1550. And that is so strongly stated. You see, this is the part that hurts, and it's hurt generations after generations of people, and we're not the only ones. We are in the company of 40 million other Indian people throughout the Americas that have been saying for generation after generation, we exist, we have a right to exist, we have a validity in the world. That connection, that ability to do that, no one can deny that. No one should be able to deny that. And I'm really very heartened to see that it's no longer deniable, that it's all right, that there is permission to seek that. I think we have to be careful. I think we can't claim things that are not there. I think we have to be realistic. I think we have to validate other elements in ourselves, in our cultures, whether again of an African extraction or of a European extraction. That's not a question of denying what has been, but it is a question of recovering what is. So in that context, I think it is very significant that this is happening right now. So what starts for me as a heartfelt quest, which turns then into an academic exploration and a reading of the texts and a interviewing and of knowing of peoples and then looking at artifacts, becomes a deeply satisfying feeling that does not look for permission anymore, that just is accepted, is felt. I think that's where we're going. That's the importance of this recovery work that's being done.
Carrot Chief, Irvin's August.
I believe that 500 years for us should not be we don't regard it as 500 years when we celebrate anything, but rather 500 years of reflection, 500 years of resistance, survival, and looking at or looking beyond 92 of challenge. There is nothing to celebrate, but rather a reflection, the bad things that have been done to indigenous peoples, and if there have been any good, improve it, and if there have not been any good at all, let's try to sit across the table and discuss how to improve it.
Through Caribbees, the Columbus encounter in the Caribbean was produced, narrated, and digitally recorded by Leo Del Aguila in cooperation with Jose Barreiro. Digital editing and mixing by Bill Abbott at Sound Deluxe in Hollywood. Thanks to the Taino Indigenous Association of New York, the Caribbean Reserve, and to the Arom family for their gracious hospitality. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator John Cutler, Researcher Addie Gevins, Technical Director John Tyler, Associate Producers Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. The Indian Health Service provides most of the health care for Native Americans in the United States. According to Indian Health Service reports, its agencies are underfunded by at least $500 million. This leaves a huge gap in medical care for Native people. Urban Native Americans in Oakland and San Francisco responded to the lack of health care by forming their own clinics in the 1970s. They combined traditional healing methods with Western science in a unique approach to health. Kathy Chapman provides an inside look at urban Indian health care in the Bay Area.
My name is Kathy Chapman. I am Apache and Yaqui and the second generation of my family to live in the city. My job is community health outreach worker at the Native American Health Center in Oakland, California. There are more than 60,000 Native Americans in the Bay Area, representing a multitude of tribal groups. In our clinic, we serve 2,000 patients every year. Our work has given us the opportunity to connect Native American traditional methods of healing with Western medicine. Our stories, both personal and tribal, are important to us as we pull our essential values from the past to help us understand the present and the future. Terry Tafoya is Taos Pueblo and Warm Springs. He is a clinical psychologist in family therapy who works as a consultant to the Office of Substance Abuse. Terry uses song and myth to help Native Americans understand the nature of modern illnesses.
Anaquishiwasha. Long ago there was someone like Bigfoot, like Sasquatch, but not exactly. The old people up in the Pacific Northwest, they say, Bigfoot, he's okay. You don't bother him, he won't bother you. But just like you might have some relatives you don't like, Bigfoot's got some relatives who are bad news. And one of the worst of these is someone called Dashkea. Now Dashkea is even bigger than Bigfoot, and she's all covered with long black greasy hair. Kinda stinks because she doesn't take a bath very much. Big yellow eyes like an owl, big bushy eyebrows. But you'll always be able to recognize her by her lips. She holds her lips pushed out. The old people say if you don't listen to your elders, Dashkea will come into your bedroom at night. She'll come in and suck your brain out of your ear. But the real reason why she holds her lips like that is because she whistles. And Dashkea will whistle. And she'll only come out at night. And she'll look for young boys and girls by themselves. She finds you, she'll hold out her hand and it'll have food in it. Maybe fish, maybe berries. If you reach for her food, she'll take that other hand out from behind her back and she'll slap you across your eyes so your eyes are glued shut. You can't open them to see to run away. And then she'll jerk you up and she'll throw you inside the basket she carries on her back. And her basket is so large it'll hold 10 kids, and that's her favorite dinner is 10 kids because she's a cannibal. She eats human flesh. And that's why our old people tell our children, even to this day on the reservations up in the Northwest, you never whistle at night because you might call this kind of spirit person to you. The reason why when we talk about health education I wanted to start with this story is the old people on a lot of our reservations and our communities will tell us, you remember these stories because there's something from the past and something for the present and something for the future in them, and that's why we keep telling them year after year. And it may be that there are not many Dashkeas left in terms of monsters who come and steal our children away from us. But there are things like Dashkea, only nowadays we call such things AIDS, or we call such things chemical dependency, alcoholism, substance abuse. Those things that really do continue to steal away the ones that we love and care about.
Historically, Native Americans were hard hit by introduced diseases. Smallpox and influenza killed thousands, at times wiping out entire bands of Native people. Wave after wave of epidemic hit communities sometimes 2 or even 3 times in a single generation, and the Native American population was decimated. George Amiot Oglala Lakota, a physician's assistant, explains.
You know, it wasn't the military might of the United States government or the colonial powers that killed us and took our lands. It was their diseases that ravaged our nations. You know, the amount of the population when Columbus came, you know, was up in the millions, and by the late 40s, I'm talking about like 1940, you know, there was only 250-some thousand, only 250,000 people left from the original populations, and that was a devastating blow to the population of Turtle Island.
But today, as our populations recover and we understand the illnesses that pose serious health threats to our communities, Native people are responding by taking responsibility for their health care, reconnecting with Native American spirituality, and incorporating training in Western medicine. George Amiot tells of the guidance he received from 2 traditional medicine men and his decision to become a physician's assistant.
And when I came back from Vietnam was I wanted to do something constructive, not only for myself, but for my people. I was interested in medicine. It was more emphasized when I came back and was trying to recover from the war. And my grandmother, Zona Puyer, wanted me to do something with my life because she was seeing the young men coming back from Vietnam, and they were, you know, strung out on drugs, and not all of them, but a majority of them were partying around, and she didn't want me to do that, and I didn't. I sought out a man named Pete Ketches, who ultimately became my spiritual father, my spiritual master, someone who put me out on the mountain and showed me a better path that I might be able to strengthen my own gifts that the Great Mystery give me. And also, at the same time, I met another man that was very instrumental in my life, and his name was Frank Foolscrow. And he was from the same district I was, Medicine Root, down at Kyle. I knew him ever since I was a small child, and he was our Sundance chief. Basically, he'd give me an objective to reach. Frank Foolscrow told me that I should go out and learn Western medicine, become a doctor. I about freaked out because of the fact of my education. I was, I was wounded, and I got my GED when I was in the hospital, and so I checked into the possibility of doing something like that. I wasn't thinking of becoming a doc, but becoming a mid-level practitioner, which I did. And while I was doing that, I was studying with Pete, Frank Foolscrow, and they helped me recover from my wounds from that war. They helped me develop a relatively solid path and a foundation of understanding to work from.
While smallpox has been virtually eradicated from the face of the earth, we see new diseases cropping up in Native America. Diabetes is a disease that was unknown in the days before Columbus, but now it is one of the major health threats to Native Americans. For 7 years, Dr. Barbara Ramsey has served as medical director of both the Native American Health Center in Oakland and San Francisco, California. She explains.
The incidence of diabetes in Indian people over 30 is extremely high. In the Bay Area, since we have such a large mixture of different tribes, the incidence varies depending on the specific tribal background of the patients. In some tribes, the incidence is as high as 40 to 50% of adults. If you look at all Americans, regardless of ethnicity, and you look for the prevalence of diabetes in adults, it's more like 5%. So even in a tribe with a relatively low incidence of, say, only 20%, that's still 4 times greater than it is for the population as a whole.
Dr. Bob Bortz is a family physician who received a fellowship from Stanford University to study the effects of diabetes on urban Native Americans. He also uses oral histories of the clients of the Native American Health Clinic to find ways to improve the communication between clients and medical practitioners. According to Bortz, medical researchers have a number of theories which try to explain the high incidence of diabetes.
One of the theories is a theory called the thrifty gene hypothesis, which is based on the idea that for some reason it was actually advantageous for Indian people in the past, several thousand years ago, to have an abnormality in the way in which they metabolized glucose, which would maintain their blood sugar at a higher rate during times of food scarcity. And that what has happened is that those are the individuals, the ancestors who survived, and that with changes in lifestyle over the past couple centuries with westernization and now with fast food and limited activity, that this once advantageous issue has now become a problem, and that's why we're seeing diabetes emerge in Indian people.
Lifestyle and diet may actually play a more important role than the idea of a thrifty gene. Studies have shown that the foods traditionally used by Native Americans, beans, squash, acorn, mesquite, cactus, and hundreds of varieties of corn, have a slow glycemic absorption rate. And a traditional diet would naturally keep the blood sugar low. Barbara Baker is Wintu and lives on the Caluso Rancheria in Northern California.
Before there was fish, acorn, waterfowl, the barley, the seeds, and now it's you cook with lard, you cook with different kinds of oil, the white flour and the sugar, and before there was you didn't have anything sweet except for the fruit that you gathered, and that was just natural sugar. That's not like that white cane sugar.
Through the relocation program of the 1950s, Violet Bond came to the San Francisco Bay Area from the San Carlos Apache Reservation in Arizona. She explains how her people traditionally use cactus and other plants as medicine.
They do cook with it sometimes. And they use it for diabetes too. Like a cactus, that big green leaf like. They clean it and cut it up and put it in the refrigerator with water. They drink it, and it absorbs the sugar. I tried it one time, but you're not supposed to mix it with other medication.
What is difficult in our society today is for both physician and patient to work together in the healing process. Often, Western practitioners do not understand the cross-cultural implications of working with Native people. Bob Bortz.
I found that you can't generalize at all about Native American people. Some of the individuals clearly describe themselves as, in a sense, living in two worlds. They live in one world that is very much connected to their traditional beliefs and an attempt to maintain traditional understandings of health and illness and disease, and will seek help from Native American healers that either come into the city, depending upon the tribal orientation, or will return to their reservation. In the case of the Navajo, they'll go 1,000 miles back to the reservation to have a sing conducted, all as a part of an attempt to try to heal from the problem of diabetes. It's much more a holistic understanding of the illness. And as medical professionals, I think we need to understand these different understandings of disease. Many of our strategies have been very technical in their approach. They're based on purely a biological understanding of disease.
Dr. Eduardo Duran is Apache in Pueblo and practices clinical psychology. Dreams and visualization are two ways he helps his patients to understand their illness and the healing process.
It's critical in working with Indian people that we don't make the separation between the physical, emotional, and the spiritual that is made otherwise. I have worked also with patients who have diabetes and AIDS. One of the main problems with a lot of Indian patients that have chronic sicknesses or illnesses. I have found that a lot of the clients just do not want to implement some of the strategies that they're prescribing. That a lot of times they don't make sense to them as they are presented by the physician. One of the ways that I try to make sense of illnesses such as diabetes with Indian people is by looking at it in a more symbolic way. I rely a lot on the use of dreams and active imagination processes to help the client find out where they're at with the sickness. And in this way it empowers the client to make a connection with their own spiritual component so that they can find wholeness within themselves.
George Amiot explains a traditional philosophy of healing.
When you have an understanding of the cycle of life, then in the natural order of things, things become a lot easier. I'm not saying they're going to dissipate, because the obstacles that the great mystery gives us makes us stronger, and these are things that we need to learn. And it's through taking care of our physical selves and our mental selves and our spiritual selves and bringing the Trinity together, that's where we'll maintain that balance.
Spirits of the present.
At the National Native American AIDS Prevention Center in Oakland, California, Executive Director Ron Rell educates the public about Native Americans and AIDS.
The one thing that most people think of when they think of AIDS is, oh, that's an urban Indian problem. I'm here to tell people out there throughout the country that that is not true. I mean, it is true that it is an urban problem, but that it is not just an urban problem. It is equally a rural problem. Recent results from, and they're preliminary results, but from an Indian Health Service seroprevalence survey are showing significantly higher rates of infection among prenatal Indian women in their first and third trimesters of pregnancy than in comparable studies of non-Indian rural women. The growth in the number of AIDS cases is highest among rural people right now. So this is a virus that's is spread throughout the United States, both in rural and urban areas and in all geographic regions.
A young Dakota Sioux who works with the San Francisco AIDS Institute describes why he came back to the Bay Area for services.
I think one of the positive things that I see since I've been diagnosed and living here in San Francisco in the Bay Area is that there are a lot more access to emotional and practical support services. The organization that I volunteer for, the American Indian AIDS Institute of San Francisco, I am also a volunteer and a client of theirs. So I get both direct services and emotional support services from them. Rural areas, I can see where in the couple years past where people were diagnosed in the city and then went back to the reservations to find no support at all. And in the process were stuck there with no means of leaving except probably by hitchhiking out and coming back to San Francisco. I've encountered this problem in my own family and in my own reservation since 1989 and even before then since 1987. A lot more has to be done. AIDS still threatens our people, and by the current statistics that I have from the CDC, the cases have doubled among Native Americans and Alaska Natives since 1984 and even before then.
Ron Rell.
Now, it so happens that in a lot of our communities, especially among elders, people do remember other epidemics. People remember tuberculosis. People remember influenza epidemics. So they can relate to that, and they can go, yeah, that really hurt us. I remember one elder up in Alaska was talking about what happened in the great flu epidemic of 1918 in his particular village. And when a light went on when we started talking about AIDS in the same kind of context.
According to Raul, substance abuse is a primary cause of AIDS transmission.
We try to help people to understand the interrelationship between AIDS, or this virus HIV, and our other health problems, the kind of health problems that they do see. We take the approach that AIDS and HIV infection is really a symptom of this underlying behavioral health problem, and that underlying behavioral health problem is at the root of most of our major causes of death and morbidity. That is to say, substance abuse.
Raul believes that the relocation program of the 1950s was just another example of a long history of government policies that profoundly affected the very fabric of Native life.
People, I think, have a hard time understanding what this really does to one's life. Imagine yourself in that situation where some outside power has almost total control over you, over everything that you hold dear. Your relationship with your kids, your work, your residency, your culture, your language, everything. They're trying to control you. I mean, it's quite extraordinary, and I think people don't appreciate the psychological effects of that.
Dr. Eduardo Duran says that the psychological trauma that many Native Americans experience results in post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. PTSD can result from dramatic environmental change or physical, sexual, or spiritual assault, and from abuse or neglect due to warlike conditions. For Indian people, many of these traumas are rooted in tribal, community, and personal histories.
A lot of the clients that I have seen in working in Indian country over the last 12 years suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. And this is a disorder that is historical in nature. And a lot of our people are finding themselves in the third and fourth generation of suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The problem with PTSD, as it is known, is that very little has been done in treating second and third generation people that are suffering from this. Most of the research that has been done with post-traumatic stress disorder of second and third generation has been done with Holocaust victims within the Jewish community, and the research there is indicative that the second and third generation effects of the trauma are very real, and they affect people today pretty much in the same way that they affected people when the trauma was first inflicted. Therefore, we have a community here that is experiencing not only the traumas of historical magnitudes, but also traumas of a daily, ongoing basis.
Americans are faced with a crisis in healthcare, and in Native America, the crisis is felt more acutely. Health programs have been steadily slashed over the past decade. Ron Rao.
The challenge is always going to be in Indian health until there is the popular will in this country to have a revolution in the healthcare system, which is going to be necessary one of these days or another because the thing is going to collapse. And until that time comes, we are always going to be forced, as we have in the past in Indian country, to make do with very few resources. There is a lot still that can be done, and I think that we're wrong if we take the approach that if the resources aren't there, we can't do anything. There's a lot that we can do. We need to maximize the utility of the resources that we have, and I would like to encourage folks out there who are working in Indian country to try to stay hopeful, to try to pull together as much as they can for the benefit of their clients, and understand that it's always going to be hard.
Hope is alive in Native America. More and more Native people are taking charge of their own health care. Eduardo Duran.
As far as the future of health for Indian people, I really am actually pretty optimistic as to where things are going. I see a resurgence of Indian spirituality at all levels of the Indian community, and the Indian spirituality is very closely associated with health and harmony. And I really think that by incorporating and continuing to incorporate traditional values within our health clinics, that this will only enhance the approaches that we already have in place through a Western model. The only struggle at this point remains in convincing some of the Western practitioners that the validity of Indian beliefs can actually work alongside with some of the models that they already have in place. What is also of optimism is that more and more I'm finding physicians within community clinics and also within the Indian Health Service that are actually starting to validate some of the traditional approaches to treating not only the body but also the spirit and also the psychological problems of Indian people.
In California, urban and rural health clinics operated by Native Americans are taking more responsibility for healthcare delivery. Traditional beliefs can provide the framework for understanding not only how to take better care of ourselves, but also our relationship to the world in which we live. George Amiot.
Likewise with our physical body. There's 6 directions. There's the north, the south, the east, and the west, and the up and the down. And we as human beings are right in the center of all that. We have to understand who we are, where we're at, and what we're doing. And if we don't have healthy bodies, if we don't have healthy minds, and we don't have that connection to the spiritual aspect of this beautiful place, this creation, then all this will be taken away. And that'll be a sad day, because this place was created for the great mystery, by the great mystery, and he shared it with us to be the guardians of it and take care of it.
And I really think that the next 500 years are going to be completely different, and I think that the healing that is happening within the Indian community right now will be a healing that will send healing waves throughout other groups and other communities, and hopefully will be the emergence of the new healing for the earth itself.
Traditional Caring, Non-Traditional Health Issues was produced by Kathy Chapman and Victoria Bomberry. Narrator Kathy Chapman. Special thanks to the Akwesasne Mohawk singers and Yaqui harpist Jose Mato. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator John Cutler. Researcher Addie Gevins. Technical Director John Tyler. Associate Producers Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. Who is an Indian? It's a question asked for different reasons and answered in a variety of ways by Indians and non-Indians. Before colonial contact and the military and missionary actions that followed, most tribes referred to themselves as just the people. In tribal federal relations of the 20th century, traits like race, residency, religion, and tribal language have become important. But Indian identity today is more than just a list of traits that can be added up. It's a social and cultural question that Indians face in personal as well as official recognition of their own families, clans, and nations. Join me as our program on Indian cultural identity travels from southeast to southwest to visit with Indian peoples for whom identity has long been part of their struggle for survival. We'll hear from Lumbees in the low-wooded swamp country of North Carolina, Homa Indians along the marshy bayous of coastal South Louisiana, and Yaqui people living in the Sonoran Desert near Tucson, Arizona, all of whom still think of themselves as the people. Our producer for this program is Smithsonian folklorist Nick Spitzer.
God, we love you this evening. We just thank you, God, for the blessing upon us this evening. God, that you give us. Thank you for your love and understanding, God, that you mean so much to us this evening.
The sounds of a Pentecostal service at a predominantly Lumbee Indian church in Lumberton, North Carolina. The Lumbees, with Indian and varied Anglo and African American ancestry, have taken as their own culture such influences as Scots-English dialect and Protestant evangelism. Historical accounts of the people suggest that they were an early amalgamation of several tribes, possibly Siouan, in contact with the English. When Scots arrived in the early 1700s, the Indians were already said to be speaking English, living in log houses, and wearing European clothes. Others claim that Lumbees are descendants of John White's lost colony at Roanoke. Over the years, they've been called Croatans, Cherokees, and simply Indians of Robeson County. The Lumbees took their name by tribal vote in 1953, using the local pronunciation of the Lumber River that runs through the county. Today, at over 40,000 people, Lumbees are the largest federally unrecognized tribe in the United States. Lumbee oral tradition parallels professional accounts of their history. Indeed, family histories are the glue that binds Lumbees to their past and to one another.
How come I'm here? The first that came here were men. We call them white men. They was Anglo-Saxons. They didn't bring their wives, but they went to and fro among Indian women and got children.
82-year-old Claude Lowry gathered his family history as a young man from an elder born in the mid-19th century.
He told us of this James Lowry settling on what was Drowning Creek, and he spent 1 year there at a place called Turnite, and he moved on down the river and married in the Lockalele family. The Indians were mostly all called Lockaleles at that time and changed to Lockalares. He later came on down here on the Lumbee River, and he built the first road in Robeson County that extends from some part of South Carolina to Fayetteville, and it's called the Lowry Road. He had 3 sons, Thomas, William, and James. I am a descendant from Thomas. My version of these people, they have been here.
Linda Oxendine is an anthropologist at Pembroke State University, formerly the Indian Normal School.
I think culturally we're unique because many of the things that people tend to think of as being traditional, I put traditional in quotes, Indian culture we don't have. We don't have a language. We don't have a lot of religious ceremonies, for instance, that are usually associated with Indian tribes, such as in the Southwest. So there's very little about us on the surface that you could attribute to who we are as an Indian people. But I think we are a very tight, traditional Indian community, and we all feel very strongly about who we are and who belongs to us.
In a triracial setting with much cultural overlap, identifying who is an Indian is difficult for the outsider not familiar with the interior of Lumbee life. Ben Jacobs is a craftsman and community worker.
You drive down the streets of Maxton and you look around and you say, well, who's black, who's Indian, who's white? It's not readily apparent. There are folks with brown skin, there are folks with black hair, there are folks with kinky hair, there are folks with light hair, light complexions, but you really can't tell who's black, who's white, who's Indian. But when you begin to talk to folks about where their community is, where they attend church, or you listen to their language, and that's something that people in Robeson County can tell. The Indian people themselves never speak about being a Lumbee. It's given that you're Indian, and it's more important what your last name is. You can always tell if a person is an Indian by some of the last names, such as Locklear, Jacobs, Oxendine, Chavis. Those are predominant Indian names in this community.
Lumbee identity has both been shaped and obscured in reaction to the traumas of life in the racist South. In the 19th century, Lumbee outlaw hero Henry Berry Lowry resisted white land grabs and persecution of Indians. In the 1950s, the Lumbees stood down the Ku Klux Klan. At a personal level, stories of racial discrimination and misidentification abound. 80-year-old Mary Lee Goins is a retired store owner in the Lumbee settlement of Prospect.
It was bright skin and not dark and had pretty hair, we could go in. they didn't know was an Indian, you see. Now, we had an Indian girl to work in Red Springs in the drugstore for over a year. And her daddy was real dark, you know, but he went for an Indian. And she says, I'm tired of working for white people, and they don't like we Indians. I want my daddy to come, and I'm going to serve him tomorrow. I'm going to serve him. So he went, and she served him. Said, no, you can't serve. That's an Indian. You can't serve him. Said, well, that's my daddy. I'm quitting. That's true. And the girl was bright-skinned. All of her, other one of his children was bright-skinned like the mama, and not a dark one in the family, and he was dark.
Indian churches in Lumbee settlements like Prospect, Burnt Swamp, Fairgrove, and Union Chapel have long provided a social and political shield from discrimination, and they've also been centers for community identity.
In traditional tribal religions, it was not viewed as something that was separate from the rest of your life. It was very pervasive, and it influenced everything you did. And I think that's the way Indians view spirituality around here, even though it has taken its form in Christianity.
If the Lumbee community is historically founded on a sacred sense of place and its churches, it's also grounded in relation to old ways of living off the land. Claude Lowry.
They went to the forest to hunt. They got as much as they needed, and they didn't try to destroy the rest of it. I could name 25 different birds that used to be here in this country, or more than that. You never see them more. I never saw one snake last year. I haven't seen a tortoise. Haven't seen a terrapin. I saw one toad frog. I haven't heard a bullfrog in so many years. You ever hear of a bullfrog? You eat the legs of them.
Despite Lowry's distaste for modern intrusion onto the land, it is in the contemporary society that Lumbees now pursue federal recognition as a tribe. Linda Oxendine is concerned that this process may actually damage the traditional Lumbee culture that has served them so long.
What I would hate to see happen would be for it to disrupt the tribal community. What happens if half of your family's on the rolls and the other half's not? What is it going to do to our independence? We've always been a fiercely independent people. If this is the way it's got to be, then I think we are by birthright entitled to the same status as other Indian tribes. People seem to forget that Indians on the East Coast had 200 years of contact with Europeans, more than the Western tribes did. We were dealing with these folks for 200 years before the Western tribes, the Plains tribes, and other tribes, as this country expanded west, dealt with them. Despite that what might look on the surface as perhaps assimilation, I think what we've done over the years is borrow what we wanted and adapted it to our way of life, which is what Indian people have been doing since the time of contact, not only with whites, but with other Indian groups. And we've just borrowed a little bit more than other tribes have.
What makes us hold together and work together, because we're a different Indians from the rest of the Indians.
We have some Indians that wanted to be white and still today want to be white. But I don't want to be white. I want to be what I am, right or wrong.
I'm proud. I'm proud of my name. We like to never got a name. We're all proud of Lumbees. Wouldn't be nothing else.
The 6,000 members of the Houma tribe live mostly in the remote coastal bayou settlements of Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes in French-speaking South Louisiana. In their original Muskogean language, Houma simply means red. With French contact, the Houmas adopted the colonial language and Catholicism.
Le prêtre passe en long du canal et bénit les bateaux, tous les bateaux en long du canal. Il y en a des gens qui les suivent tout. Mais c'est ça qui donne la chance à cette colonne. C'est tout le... Ouais. Mais si c'est trop loin pour les... je passais un bateau à bateau.
These men in the small fishing village of Dulac, just a few miles of marsh from the Gulf of Mexico, are speaking about the blessing of the fleet and preparation of boats for the shrimping season that opens tomorrow.
As-tu joué ton skiff? Ah ouais. Moi, tout le mien aussi. Là, I had board this like 85 Suzuki, brand new. Oh. You can find the right cut for sure.
The Homas have sought federal recognition since the 1920s. Bruce Dutu is a Homa lawyer who heads the American Indian program at Dartmouth College.
There's this sort of this hit list of cultural identifiers asking people, what reservation are you from, assuming that all Indians are from reservations. Do you speak your language? Do you participate in ceremonies, et cetera, going down the list. And the more no's they hear to all of those questions, the more suspect they become of your Indian ancestry. And I guess to some extent, they're justified in looking at someone like us and saying, where's the claim to Indianness? But yet they are sometimes unmindful of the fact that, they've lost quite a bit as well. It's a catch-22 for the tribe because in terms of being in a French-speaking community, we're not all the way integrated there out of choice because the Homas don't identify as French people. As a result, they don't gain the kind of acceptance in the French community in Louisiana. On the other hand, that's been one of the stronghold arguments of the BIA to deny recognition to the tribe because we have all these aspects of non-Indian culture that they're looking at and saying you're not really Indian. So it's really the historical evolution of the tribe has been such that we're in this never-never land of being in between two cultures, French and Indian.
Pour l'adoucir, son café, il connaît pas. Il met trop de sucre.
Homa households have a genteel, convivial quality in contrast to the rough work of hunting, fishing, trapping, and oil field jobs that sustain them. It is at home that Indian stories are told over a cup of dark roast French coffee.
J'aime le bon café.
Especially popular are accounts of people who change into animals and fishermen fighting bad weather with magic.
I would just come back from Mobile, Alabama, and I seen 3 water spots about half a mile away from me. So the deckhand came up, he said, Cap, he said, what are we going to do with them water spots right around us like this here? He said, well, I said, in the olden days, we used to take a knife and we would cut them, do it 9 times.
They cross.
Yeah, they claim it makes it disappear. If it don't work, I say, you better hit the deck.
it cut them. It worked.
Beyond all the French influence on Homa culture, the Homas also transformed the French culture that dominates the region. They showed Cajun settlers how to build dugout pirogues, how to weave palmetto for baskets, hats, and roofing, introduced them to folk medicine and even foodways. The filet in gumbo is from sassafras, long an Indian-used spice and thickener. Crafts, such as the hunting blowgun, made today by Ivy Bio, are symbols of Indian cultural continuity.
My mama's daddy used to make blowguns, and he used to make them out of elderberry or cypress branch, which he used to split the cypress branch and then twirl some thread around this tubing, with this hollow tubing we had hollowed out, and then he takes some tar and tar this thread, and then he used to go out by the fence and cut him a piece of wire so long to match the blowgun. And then he used to make a little ball on the end of this rod, this wire, and then he used to sharpen it. He'd actually kill animals with this.
Women's crafts tend to be domestic. Marie Biodin's house in Dulac is surrounded by a garden of vegetables and medicinal plants. On clotheslines hang batches of drying Spanish moss and palmetto.
Ça, c'est appris ça avec ma maman. Ma maman traçait, coudait, faisait des chapeaux, faisait des ventailles.
I learned from my mom. She made hats, baskets, brooms, fans, mats, all from palmetto. It's handwork. You don't use a machine. There aren't many others still doing this. But if the Indians don't do it, who will? Some say they'll study it, and I say, come learn. But without trying, they won't learn.
Fais comme moi, essaye et tu apprends. Mais ça, c'est pas, ça prend pas.
In physical appearance, Homas have a range of ancestral influences from Indian to blacks and Cajuns. Homa identity and its sometimes purposeful denial by Indians and non-Indians in times of racial conflict has been a basis for discrimination. Until the 1970s, there were 3 school systems in some places for blacks, whites, and Indians. The problems remain strong, especially in the small city of Homa.
They didn't want us in the barbershops. They used to call us niggers, like, not black people, no, niggers, because we was of the savage race. They didn't want to accept us as Indians. They don't even want to hear the name of Homa Indians over here. The people in this little town, they're kind of funny, especially the big shots. They all married to Indian people, most of them. They all married to my people. And most of those big shots over here in Homa, they all have Indian women's. My people, my friends, my kinfolks, But they just want to accept others around them. Some of them are married to my cousins, and they won't even allow their mama and their daddy of their wife to go to their house because they're Indians, but he'll accept his daughter.
If you were known as an Indian, you were, put down. And I know that a lot of people kept away from the Indian word because at one time it was a bad word, just like Cajun was bad at one time. Now everybody's Cajun. And us, now, we're really proud to be Indians now.
Roy Parfait founded a tribal pride movement based on preservation of crafts. For him, rural bayou life continues to offer special advantages for Homa people.
I just love it out here on the bayous. It's kind of like a sense of freedom, you can walk up to the store, or out in the woods, or you take your fishing line and just go up to the bridge here and throw your line and catch a redfish or a trout, I really think that the bayou is unique, But you talk to a lot of people, say, oh, you're from down Dulike, but I think Dulike is unique. To me, it's like a little fishing village out of a book, maybe. We lived off the land, off the water. I was raised on seafood, ducks, wildlife, and I never got tired of it.
The Sonoran Desert in southern Arizona is a long way from the Louisiana bayous or wooded lowlands of North Carolina. Over 5,000 Yaqui people live in this area in 6 reservations and independent communities. They are descendants of Yaqui migrants who left Mexico at the turn of the century after conflict with the Mexican government over social control, acculturation, and genocide. Yaqui still regularly cross the border in both directions. The Arizona Yaquis got federal recognition in 1978. As with the Lumbees and Homas, the Yaquis have a mixed culture and ancestry with the colonial Spanish and Mexicans, and that's been part of their heritage for several centuries. The fusion of Catholicism and Yaqui spiritual belief, expressed in deer dance and pajola ceremonies, and special reverence for the saints, is a central part of Yaqui identity. 72-year-old Anselmo Valencia of the Tory clan is the spiritual leader of the Yaquis at New Pascua Reservation. He led the fight for tribal recognition.
Yaquis were not seen really as Indians. Yaquis were seen as Mexican Indians, as being from Mexico. And many of our Indian brothers and sisters in the United States did not know that we had our own language, our own culture. And to me, it's the most beautiful thing. And I hope that all Indians, whatever their nation is, their tribal nation is, that they should keep something to remind their children, the young children, the newborn, that we do have a culture, we do have a religion. Even if we are working now under a borrowed religion, which is either Spanish or English or some other nationality, but the religion of our Maker, of our Creator, is in what you see in this room, even in the ceiling. If you study that ceiling, you will see, maybe you will see birds, maybe you see eagles, maybe just little creatures here and there. Because we like the blue sky and we like it a little bit cloudy, for shade. I've done my room in this color. The brown you see is representing Mother Earth. You see a drum over there, which is the first instrument that the Yaqui nation had when created. You see the gourds there. You even see a religious statue there, because I would say at this time about 95% of the Yaquis are Catholics. About maybe 20% practice Catholicism. Confession is not our thing. A confession is you close yourself in the room or out in your patio, and it's a one-to-one basis with the Creator.
Yo oh salida wa makapo woki ka mamaji. Yo oh salida wa makapo woki ka mamaji.
The singer and drummer is Felipe Molina. He's also a deer dancer. The deer dance is the central part of Yaqui religious life. The deer is a helping, healing force from the natural world who must give his life for the people. Where the harp and violin in Yaqui music come from Spanish heritage, the cane flute, water drum, and rasp are Indian. The rhythm instruments here represent the deer's heartbeat and breath as the dancer enacts the animal's role in a complex world of spirits.
We sing about the wilderness world, Sewa Yohuya Aniwa, flower enchanted wilderness world. It's a good place. It's a different reality that we are all supposed to be looking towards, respecting it. The wilderness we see around here, Arizona, in Sonora, we are supposed to respect that, because if you respect it and take care of it, then it will respect you and take care of you.
Public ceremonials are led by men, but women have significant private roles in Yaqui culture. Irene Sanchez works with the New Pascua Head Start program.
It's men that take the role, the leading role, and we stay in the background. But that doesn't mean that, we're not playing a great role in it, because we act as cooks, we act as taking care of the altar, and also of taking care of the children. And every woman looks out for the other person's children. We're silent, but we are very powerful.
Here, women form the chorus in Spanish-influenced church music. The music style recalls that Yaqui identity is grounded in relation to Mexican culture. Still, Yaquis have kept more Indian culture than the other tribes in this program. But like the Lumbis and Homas, Indian identity inside the Yaqui community is most strongly expressed through family ties.
Everybody knows who everybody is. Everybody knows the relationship, because they don't really know about me. They know about my family before they know about me. And the question is, what family do you come from?
Yeah, mostly clans. Yes, the clans. There's the Tori clan. There's the Zapawechia clan. Now, Mr. Valencia is from the Tori clan. I'm from the Wahuechia. That means that, the grass that the wind has blown down.
What I see with this song, and the deer is talking to us, is he's talking to the grass, and he talks to the grass, saying that it seems like you're so. Why are you laying out here in the middle of nowhere, here in the wilderness world where there's no water? You lie brown. You seem like you're brown, and you're laying brown.
Felipe Molina's involvement with the deer dance is part of a renewed reverence for ancient truth among young people. Elder Anselmo Valencia echoes the larger Yaqui concern for nature, for Indians, and all peoples.
Brothers and sisters, I speak to you in saying that in this great continent that is now called America, that we were created to manage this land, to each his own parcel. We have loaned it out to non-Indians We can work with these non-Indians if they could only understand our desires as far as sovereignty is concerned. Wherever you are, whether you're in Alaska, in Argentina, in the Pacific, in the Atlantic, may the light of our Creator, the Sun, our Father, shine always upon you, and may you always be healthy in your path to good homes. Thank you.
New Cultures for Ancient Peoples was written, narrated, and produced by Smithsonian folklorist Nick Spitzer. Special thanks to Barbara Strickland, Tom Venom, Roy Parfait, Felipe Molina, and Jim Griffith. Music was provided by Mike Doucet and Jose Mato. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Gevins. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate Producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. It's dawn. October 12th, Columbus Day, in Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia. As the sun peeks over the Capitol, spectators gather around a circle and a cross drawn in the grass. They hold red ribbons and watch as elders from the four directions of this country pray, burn sweetgrass, and face the new dawn. It's hard to grasp the meaning of a single lifetime, much less to come to grips with a quincentennial, the period of 500 years since Christopher Columbus arrived. But Native Americans are saying it must be done. And so on Columbus Day, in cities across the United States, Mexico, Latin America, and Canada, Indians and their supporters kicked off their own events to mark the occasion, such as this dawn ceremony in Washington, D.C. The sun came up bright and clear, and a few blocks away another Columbus event got underway, this time an official celebration next to Union Station and its giant Columbus statue. The Navy Band welcomes invited dignitaries, the press is there, and suddenly from across the plaza, a long line of uninvited guests, Native protesters and others, try to join the event and bring their own message.
We are saying that the only thing that Christopher Columbus discovered was that he was lost.
What will the next 500 years be like? This Columbus quincentennial has focused attention on so many things, such as the kinds of history and literature being taught in schools, also to the use and abuse of the land and its resources. And it's drawn attention to the great effect that indigenous American cultures had on Europe. What's more, there's renewed interest in just who was here first, who greeted Columbus, who ran away, who perished, and who survived. There's no one simple response to the quincentennial, and so producer Alex Van Oss has created not a report, but an impressionistic radio program. It weaves together the voices of Native people, both urban and rural, who are politically active, and also those who are responding in a more personal way, in the way they live their creative day-to-day lives. This anniversary year has many meanings. To some, it's a time of opportunity. To others, it's a grim reminder of a bad dream. Or maybe it's just the blink of an eye.
Quinto centenario, resulta de que los pueblos indígenas no llevan año, no llevan la etapa.
Indigenous people don't have calendars. They have them, sure, but they're not important to their being. And basically, indigenous people see this quincentenary as a celebration made by governments, a festival of governments. It is not their party, and they don't feel like celebrating. And to them, 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago is as if it were today. They live in the present, and the fight continues in the present.
All my life as a child, I used to hear of the celebrations of Columbus Day in the Italian neighborhood. And I would say to myself, well, we were always here. And then in school, you'd hear how Christopher Columbus came and discovered this country. But we were here. The people were here. We were living.
In Spain, of course, they're planning to rebuild the reproductions of the Niña de Pinta, and I think it's the Coca-Cola, as they're calling it now, to basically symbolize an event that transpired 500 years ago.
The big celebration they want to have with the 3 boats coming in. The interesting thing will be if all the Indians come to New York and then they burn these boats, if necessary. Burn them.
By watching what's happening in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, it might help our friends here in the United States to understand what it is to be an American Indian within the boundaries of the United States, that 500 tribes have kept their cultural integrity intact after a lot of abuse. The best time of day to be out here, I think, is early morning or late afternoon, because that's when you hear the wildlife. But if you listen very carefully now, underneath this green tarp are 7 buffalo skulls. These came from the ranch where Dances with Wolves was filmed. And there are 7. I have the 7 tongues in my freezer. And I also received jaw bones, shoulder blades, and other items that they knew I use in making my ceremonial objects. So within another year, those should be cleaned up by the ants. And then I can take over. My name is Gambaro. My first name was Flossie Retha Flowers Walden. My mother wanted to call me an orange Flossie Retha Flowers Walden. So Daddy said, knock off the orange. My mother's father was raised by the man who killed his mother and father when he went out Indian hunting. A Scotsman went out Indian hunting, and he killed quite a number of Indians that day because he wanted that land. And his wife went out to get him, and saw that he was loading the musket for these two little ones. And she said, "You don't kill babies." She raised the two children and named them Elisha and Mary. Elisha was my grandfather.
My name is Armstrong Wiggins. I am a Miskito Indian from the eastern part of Nicaragua, and I am presently with Indian Law Research Center in Washington. My son has a very interesting name. It's not a very American name, and he's going to Fairfax County School. And because he has a very strange name, Miskut, instead of John or David or a very typical American name, kids tease him about it, and he kind of get very upset. And so what I did was I went to his school. And so I came and I gave a presentation about the American Indians from our point of view. And Miskut name came from a very famous leader that led the Miskito Indians from the central part of Nicaragua in Chontales area after a war against the Chorotecas Indians. This was before Spain conquered Nicaragua. And then Miskut decided to lead his people and settle around these lagoons because he realized the resources that was there in these lagoons. And kids were very interested in that. I brought painting from Indian people in Peru, beautiful paintings. Indian that never went to painting school, but he has a natural knowledge of painting. I was in Yanomami territory, so I brought Yanomami stuff from Brazil. They gave it to me, as a gift, and I show it to them that these are people that still live in. They have their own philosophy, their own thinking, their own religion. And kids were very happy about knowing these things, talking to an Indian person and learning about these things, very responsive. Their hands were up for all kind of questions. And I think Miskut has been treated better now.
My name is Daniel Inoue. I'm a senator from Hawaii and chairman of the Select Committee on Indian Affairs. This is the hearing room of the Select Committee on Indian Affairs. 4 years ago, the committee had no hearing room. It was the only committee without a hearing room. So they gave us this old room, which we refurbished. We added some artwork on a wall, and the Allen Houser statue will be placed here. It'll soar to 10 feet high. It shows an Indian warrior shooting an arrow into the sky.
Naomi is wondering if it's all right to take a picture. Sure. All of you together. Oh, yes. Mona, move in, please. Thank you.
My name is Joe Guisso. My English name is Orrin Lyons. I'm a faith keeper. I sit on the Onondaga Council of Chiefs, who are the fire keepers for the Haudenosaunee, better known as the Iroquois Six Nation Confederacy. And I am also an associate professor at the University of Buffalo. I'm the director of the Native American Studies program in Buffalo, and I've been there for some 20 years now. What are you guys doing here? Huh? See how the government works or doesn't work, huh?
Well, we're trying to get them a head start, so by the time they're on councils, they'll know a few of the ins and outs.
You should find out who is in here, because you got a lot of dignitaries around here. You can collar them, and ask them questions about how they're taking care of your future. Your voice is very important to leaders. They don't hear it enough. So when you get here as a delegation, you really got a responsibility to speak up for those kids who didn't get here. Ask them what they're doing about your education, Are they looking out for your health, and how they're going to take care of your treaties and your land. Be direct. Don't hold back. Get right in there and push them. Find out. The grandfather of all the treaties is called a Gaswenta, which means the river of life. And it's popularly called the two-row wampum because it describes 2 rows of purple wampum, which run the length of the belt on a field of white. The white represents peace, and the purple represents the 2 people that were making the agreement, which was the Mohawk and the Haudenosaunee, the 5 nations at that time, talking with the Dutch. Essentially what it said was, this row on the right, is our canoe. It's our people, our way of life, all of our things that are in this canoe. This row here indicates your ship. There will come a time when our people will go into your boat, much more likely than your people coming into our canoe, because our lives are very hard, very difficult. Your people are not used to it. Then there will come a time when even our people will have 1 foot in the canoe and 1 foot in the boat. There will be many people like that. And at some point, there will come a great wind. And this great wind will separate our canoes and our boat. And those people who have their foot in each one will fall into this river, and there will be no power on this side of the creation to help them.
My name is Joe Bruchak. I'm a storyteller and writer. I live in upstate New York in a small community called Greenfield Center. My ethnic background is on my father's side Slovak and on my mother's side American Indian, Abenaki to be precise. Now, the 2-row belt is a very significant piece of history, as well as a cultural definition of the relationship between native people and non-native people. The message is a very complicated one and a very simple one at one and the same time, because you're sharing the same river, you're going in the same direction, but you are in different canoes, which means if you try to jump from one canoe to the other, you may fall in the river, you may upset both canoes. You have to recognize that your path is your path, and you are not someone else. It doesn't mean, I don't think, that you can't understand both worlds or even sometimes walk in one and walk in the other, but it does mean you have to know what your path is and not confuse it to someone else's. This is how I've always interpreted it, and I've heard a lot of things said about it that are very meaningful and worth remembering for all of us. Although we may wear sometimes different clothing, although in some cases we have taken on the appearance of those who came from the other side of the ocean, that which is remaining in heart and spirit and memory and story in many, many ways is very strong and continuing. So 1992 is an opportunity for Native people to educate the world and to say to others and to themselves, we are still here, we have had much to offer, we have much to offer yet for the future.
I'm Lisa Mayo, one of the members of Spider-Woman Theater, one of the 3 sisters and principals of Spider-Woman Theater. Spider-Woman is a Hopi name. It comes from the Hopi, a goddess of creation. And the story goes that Spider-Woman gave weaving to the Indian people. It seems to me that when Columbus came and discovered us, it was the beginning of the end of life the way it was. And we were told during that time that it was the real end, that we had to become Christians, we had to try to mingle in with the larger society, but somehow it just didn't work. And we know that now, because things among our people went underground and maybe became stronger, because now as it comes out, you'll see that there's so much there that people thought was finished. And that's some of the things that I'm going to talk about when we get together and do our story weaving and make another Spider-Woman piece.
My name is Tanya Ganella Frischner. I'm a member of the Onondaga Nation, Snipe Clan, and at present I am president of the American Indian Law Alliance. For October 12th, 1992, what we are going to do is ask the city of New York to have 42nd Street closed off to private transportation. We have decided to take on a moment of silence. And what we're asking people to do, specifically here in New York City, and maybe the idea will spread throughout the country, that we need to stop, pause, reflect on the condition, all right, of Mother Earth right now, and what are we going to do for the next 500 years. Then we have planned what we call a voyage of discovery. We're just going to sort of retrace those steps from our shores to Spain. And we have a number of boats that have been offered and donated, and we will have Native people on those boats.
My name is Alexander Ewan. I'm the editor of Native Nations magazine. I am also a council member of the Native American Council of New York City for 1992, and I am Purepecha, Mexican Indians from western Mexico, otherwise known as Tarascan. Spain has a party. It's called the Olympic, it's called the World's Fair, and they're celebrating 1992. And we're effectively crashing the party. But our understanding from Spain, and we've met with them, is that they're going to welcome us. So the image is one of we will sail in, and Spanish officials will meet us, and there will be an exchange of gifts. And on some levels, we're not going to talk so much about the past, but we're going to talk about the future, and we're going to talk about what Spain is going to do to help create a better world, and what Indians are going to do to help create a better world. And then there will be places for Indians to speak to the Spanish people, and then we'll go home. Obviously, the thing that made this an important issue for us is the way culture today, and particularly the modern culture of the United States, doesn't see the past historically and doesn't really see the present historically. We only view things in terms of symbols. So Columbus is a symbol, and as a consequence, we felt, well, we should have our symbol. That's the way the world works today. It doesn't work upon reasoning. It doesn't work really on truth. It doesn't even work really on having an understanding of what's going on. It only works in terms of a flash, an image, and that's how people communicate today.
If you were blind, I would take your hand and I would say, here is a piece of Indiana limestone. This is a huge piece of stone, weighing at least 2,500 pounds now. But if you feel here is a face of a Creek Indian woman. It's a big face. Had it not been for Columbus and all the pain that we have suffered as Native Americans, I would not have known the great joy of being in Michelangelo's quarry. It was one of the greatest thrills of my lifetime. I am in my 74th year of life. Life both as a Muskogee Creek and as, I hope, a very good American citizen. When I was 52, I discovered that the true Great One had given me a gift. I am a sculptor, and each time a sculpture is being formed with my hands, I am receiving a gift. And many times I am so inspired and so thrilled with the gift I am receiving that I can hardly see what I'm doing for the emotional tears. This has given not just myself, but my family a lot of pleasure. It has given my children and grandchildren a very strong tie to their Native American background. We gave all we had. We gave all the knowledge we had. We gave all the land, a way of life. We gave our brothers and sisters in marriage or concubines. We gave all we had. The greatest damage we can do to ourselves today is done by ourselves. That we cannot go back. We can only learn by what has happened in our past and carve a way of life based on those experiences. And I feel that what is begotten in anger remains anger. And what is begotten in love remains love. Most of the people we know today did not come here and take away this land. They are the children of those people. Or they are children who are escaping a similar situation that we had. Where would I be? What would I be? Or would I be had not these people come to this land? I haven't the faintest idea.
Responding to the Quincentennial was produced by Alex Van Os. Special thanks to Luis Perez. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Givens. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate Producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie. Welcome to Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America. What comes to your mind when someone mentions Native American art? Do you think of pottery and baskets from the Southwest? Or paintings of teepees and pueblos? And when you think of Indian music, do you hear flutes and drums? Try imagining this. Traditional native melodies as modern orchestral symphonies, and Native Americans using high technology to make works of fine art. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. What is Native American art? And who is the Native American artist? For some, it's self-defined. For some, it's any Indian who is an artist or Native person whose background influences their artwork. But this definition becomes shaded when we talk about postmodern or contemporary art where the Native image may not be clearly apparent. Today, Native American artists are stretching the boundaries of tradition and style. In this program, Shared Visions, producer Donna Carter takes us into the changing world of Native art.
A lot of Native music, except for flute music, but even flute music, is very rhythmic.
Composer Brent Michael Davids.
And you always have some kind of drums or shakers. And the music itself, and by Western European standards, they'd say, well, you only use 5 or 6 pitches in the whole song, you know. Where a Western composer would say, well, why not use more? Why not use, 12-tone and microtonal and all this other kind of pitch kind of thing? Traditional Native songs are only, 5, 6 pitches at most, and repeated over and over and over. And you have hours of drum songs, just, boom, 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 over and over and over again. Very repetitive.
Brent Michael Davids is truly one of the last of the Mohicans. He's a member of the Stockbridge Mohican tribe of northern Wisconsin. Brent is a composer with a unique style. He writes compositions for dance performances, theater, ensembles, and television. Currently, he's working on a piece for the Joffrey Ballet in New York. Davids says that the uniqueness of his music comes from its fusion of Native American and Western European styles. Here he explains the difference between those styles at a demonstration at the Heard Museum in Phoenix, Arizona.
I did kind of a comparison between what a Native composer would do with a flute tune and what a Western European composer would do, and did it in steps. So I played the flute tune first. And then I played for them a piano arrangement. Like a Western European composer would think immediately harmony, pitch and harmony. So they would go to the piano and write out a little, little ditty on this flute song that they've heard. My second step would be not to be concerned with harmony, but just to figure out what sounds and what instruments I'm going to use. So you can already see that the 2 steps are very different. And then the third step for the Western European composer would be to write an orchestra piece or something like that. So I actually took the same tune and I wrote a little orchestra piece to show the audience, what the third step would be if you were just concerned with taking the tune and using it in a traditional Western European way. And then my third step is to, I did a whole composition on this one tune with 4 different kind of flutes and wrote it into a 7-minute long piece. And it is very odd. It has no time signature at all, no key signature. It's not really rhythmic.
In this piece, Elixir, Davids incorporates instruments he has designed and constructed: a crystal flute, a crystal bowl violin, and la fondue pot, which is a fondue pot with metal spikes attached to the top, which can be bowed or struck. In addition to his work as a composer, Davids is finishing a second master's degree in Native American religious studies. His interest in Native religion comes out in his compositions, like Cry of the Winds, a wind ensemble piece based on the traditional theme of the cyclic process of life, and how Native tribes in America use the 4 directions. David's idea is that as you communicate with these different directions, you're traveling around in a circle, and eventually come back to the place you started, benefiting from the knowledge and feelings received on the journey. And then it begins anew, like the day, the seasons, and the cycles of the moon.
The beginning part of it, or say 2/3 of it, deals with going from the different directions. And then the intrusion of Western European life in the continent. And it's very, at that point, it's very bombastic and strong, you know. At this point, all the brass instruments come in, trumpets, trombones, tubas, and they're just pounding away with this big fanfare that is actually going over the top of some other native sounds that I had used before in the beginning part of the piece. And then the whole point of this piece was to say, well, that we're not dead. Because Western Europeans came doesn't mean that we're dead as Native Americans. We're still here, you know. We've lost a lot, we've changed a lot, but we still have the native spirit.
Composer Brent Michael Davids. Another artist breaking new ground is Cheryl Graves. Her work blends computer graphics with Native American design and legend. Graves' native heritage includes Shawnee, Chippewa, and Lakota. Her interest in art came at an early age, and when she was 15, she left home to study in Santa Fe at the Institute of American Indian Arts. There she was influenced by artists around her, but simultaneously developed her own styles and techniques. Graves has experimented with many different mediums and motifs.
Most of my paintings in the past year have been black, and I've just enjoyed the lack of color in it and kind of like reflecting the void and the importance of the void. And to me it's symbolic of the female, of the womb, of making the realization that the void is where all things come from. And that's why a lot of my paintings have a field of black around them, symbolizing that they are coming from nothingness or everythingness, you know, and they're springing out from that point into creation.
Graves now lives in San Francisco, and her work is very different from the Santa Fe style she was exposed to during her studies. She describes her work as transformational, melding the ancient with the new, by taking different forms of art from the past and turning them into something contemporary. Her painting Soulmates is an example of her use of high technology to enhance a clearly native image.
Soulmates is a print that was originally drawn on the computer, and I plotted it out on a plotter. I should say printed it out, and took it home and designed the color separations for the silkscreen or serigraphy process from there. I used 5 colors, and I hand cut all of the color separation myself so that I could transform the computer-aided artwork back into a fine art print. Soulmates shows a VLSI chip, which is a high speed computer chip, and within the chips are 2 moccasins, a pair, and this is to symbolize the image of the male and female in one soul. And there are 2 chips talking to each other through these pink electrons that flow back and forth, and the image looks very much like a textile rug in some cases. And I used the colors a very dark gray, turquoise, yellow, pink, silver, and white for that. And the electrons, which are pink, symbolize the flow of communication between the two chips or the two people. And I feel that communication is the most important part of a relationship. So that's what I was trying to impart.
A relationship and interaction?
Right, symbolizing the interaction between two people. The computer chips talk to each other all the time. They have to.
Do you think they get along?
I think they get along fine.
Cheryl Graves views herself as a contemporary artist, but is clear about her identity as a Native American artist as well. She is proud of her Indian background, and recently her work has focused on spiritual journeys, prompted by the death of her father.
Journey to Another World reflects his journey from one world to another, and there's an image of a pueblo at the bottom and one at the top, and the latter is very significant because there is a ladder coming out from the bottom house and also one leading up into the top. And there's also an image of a man in the middle, and you can really tell graphically that he's traveling from one world to another, making a journey. And yet in the middle there's also a line that coils around inside of him to show that we also have an inner journey to make as well.
Although there is more recognition for modern Native artists, where to place them in the world of American art can be a problem. Sometimes these artists are restricted by being involved only in Native American exhibits and excluded from general contemporary art shows. And at other times, the Native American artist is lost altogether when they can't fit into any categories because their work does not have overtly Indian images. Breaking through the stereotypes is a challenge for the Native artist, but one artist that has broken through is Louis DeSoto. DeSoto has a permanent display at the Museum of Modern Art in New York, and unlike other artists with a Native American background, he does not consider himself a Native American artist, although he is half Cahuilla Indian from Southern California. Louis DeSoto lives in San Francisco and is an associate professor of art at San Francisco State University. His artwork includes installation pieces with rich sound and lighting effects, using everyday objects like tables, television sets, tape recorders, and lights, things that he says we can make an everyday connection to. Though some of his work draws from his Cahuilla roots, Louis cautions on defining what is Indian art.
For a number of Native American artists, they characterize Native American art by presenting themes that people are comfortable with, that they can identify as Native American. And as soon as they step outside those bounds, you find people becoming rather uncomfortable. There's just a lot of Native American artists that they're doing really powerful work that are perhaps not recognized as Native because they don't fit into how people want to identify what Native American is.
One of Louis DeSoto's latest installations was at the San Jose Art Museum in Northern California. The work is called Patukmiat Patukmiat, which means darkness in the Cahuilla language. The installation is made up of several rooms and centers around the Cahuilla creation myth, which begins, "There was nothing but darkness. The soil was not there, nor was there rock. Only darkness existed, everywhere. Something was happening in that darkness. Above the darkness, something was going back and forth, this way and that, like fire."
In the initial moments of the creation, there is this reference to darkness that exists. And the fire in this room refers to the image that at the very beginning of time there was this fiery being that swung back and forth in the darkness. And out of this fiery center comes the two beings that create the world.
The next room is bathed in a deep blue light, almost indigo, and a strong mechanical hum fills the space. Projected onto the spinning blades of a 30-inch industrial fan is the image of the moon, which figures prominently in the Kauai creation story.
The moon is Njemile. Njemile is the goddess of the moon, or you could say Njemile is the moon. She is considered in Kauai literature more of an exalted being. She's a different substance than men are. She was pulled out of the body of Mukat. When Mukat and Tabawait created their creatures, they created them in the dark and fashioned them with their hands. And so, in order to see what they made, they pulled the moon out from the interior of their bodies. So Njemile is the first light of the world. And again, talking about the idea of power, Aiva, the moon was a playful being, and she also held great power, and power was involved in this notion of play. I believe that the piece itself is very playful. It's very fanciful.
Louis DeSoto does not consider himself a Native American artist because he feels that categorization is limiting and can devalue an artist.
So what happens is that when you categorize things in certain ways, you take other types of information out. Well, you might group a number of Native American artists, even though the subject matter for each one is particularly different, so that somebody's political strife that they experienced as a member of AIM was obscured by the fact that they were in a show with another Native American artist who perhaps made olas and made them in a specifically traditional way. And by grouping them in this way, saying 10 Native American artists from Santa Fe or from Arizona or wherever, some of the subject matter for their work gets obscured in the translation.
There is often confusion today over who is a Native American artist and how do we define Native American art. Many people think of the Southwestern style as exemplary of Indian art, and the Santa Fe, New Mexico style is a big seller, comprising a majority of what is bought by Indian art collectors. Art photographer Holea Sinagini is Seminole, Creek, and Navajo. She witnessed the emerging Indian art days of Santa Fe in the early 1950s. She says that particular style was strongly influenced by the demand of the tourist market.
Style was dictated by survival. If you wanted to feed your family, well, then you painted a certain way, and you sold these paintings. Like the weavers earlier, the Navajo weavers, who were given dyes by the traders and told to put arrows into their rugs or to use certain colors because they would sell better to the tourists. And so it's hard to be hard on the early artists.
There was then and is now so much of a market for Indian art that some feel that bona fide Native artists and craftspeople have been taken advantage of, by others claiming Indian ancestry as a convenient marketing tool. David Bradley is a Minnesota Chippewa Indian and lives in Santa Fe. He and other prominent Native artists were instrumental in the passage of the Indian Arts and Crafts Bill in 1990, the bill requiring Native artists to be a member of a federally recognized tribe or have tribal verification in order to present themselves to the public as a Native American artist. David Bradley.
You see, since Santa Fe is the center for Indian art in the country,
there's huge, easy money to be made as an artist or as a person selling art, as a gallery person or an artist here in the state, and there always have been. You can contribute a lot of that to the tradition of the Santa Fe Indian market. So now you have a situation which is easily exploitable. In other words, there are so many opportunities here in museum shows, in the Santa Fe Indian market, in all the galleries, where if an individual wants many doors opened up in their career that wouldn't otherwise be opened, they can simply claim to have an Indian grandparent or that they are part Cherokee or whatever tribe. But all we ever ask for is to clean up the situation is accountability. We just want accountability, and it needn't be a census number, but rather you say, hey, my grandmother was so-and-so from this town on the Navajo reservation. Any Indian knows that is immediately verifiable in very short order. So even if you're not an enrolled member of a tribe and you are an Indian, you have nothing to fear from us, and we've never attacked any Indian people who, for some reason or another, were not enrolled in their tribe.
The bill includes large fines and possible jail terms for gallery owners and others if they ignore the regulations. Galleries like the American Indian Contemporary Arts in San Francisco must abide by the requirements of the bill. The gallery is partially funded by the National Endowment for the Arts. Janine Antoine, a Lakota Indian from Rosebud, South Dakota, is the executive director of the gallery. She worries about the negative effect the bill may have for Indian artists.
In terms of the impact that the bill is having right now with us, I think that we're generally not in favor of it. We recognize that the bill is designed to address issues and concerns that Native artists have, and that non-Native artists who are positioning themselves as Native artists are capitalizing on the popularity of the Indian art movement in areas like Santa Fe in the Southwest, where Indian art is very popular. That's probably an advantageous position to say that they're an Indian artist. I doubt if it would be to someone's advantage anywhere else to say that they were an Indian artist, because they wouldn't get anything with it. In terms of our position, we're hoping that the regulations are inclusionary enough that they make accommodations for people that are members of federally recognized tribes but who aren't enrolled for political reasons or personal reasons, and also people who are not members of federally recognized tribes. There are a lot of small bands in California who don't have federal recognition, and they're undeniably ethnically Indian, but they don't have the paperwork to prove it. It could hurt them.
There are many questions raised by the Indian Arts and Crafts Bill, and the final regulations for the bill are still being decided. Art in general is difficult enough to define, and the definition of Indian art itself is changing.
I think that Indian art is going to get more and more exciting because I see a lot of Native Americans becoming more acquainted with the computer, and I see a lot of us going back to our roots and struggling to hold on and to rekindle that and understand it. And it's a lot of very ancient knowledge, and I feel like when a lot of these younger artists become more acquainted with computer-generated art and the way that we can image and visualize our dreams and the works of art that we want to create, I think it's just going to become more and more fantastic. It's like a continual evolution.
Native artists are defining for themselves as Native artists what their art is and what they can and can't produce. I think there's, kind of a tendency to want to categorize Native art as this or that, but really I think it's better to leave it open and say that it serves, dual functions, and the representations are varied. That's the same with, looking at tribal people. There's so much diversity within Native communities that it's, really a disservice to the community to say that all Indians are this or all Indians do that, and it's the same with the art. I think that there should be room to be able to explore both traditional Renaissance, really, in terms of looking at traditional art forms and reviving them, and doing that in a very disciplined way and not changing what those art forms are. And there should also be room for Native artists to be as creative and contemporary as they can be in their work.
I can have a different cosmology than Western cosmology. I can be an American Indian. I can be an African. I can be a Muslim, and I can, within the work itself, still participate in world culture. So the idea of postmodernism allows for more viewpoints. And I think that the art world is kind of in a paroxysm of viewpoints right now. There's so many around. There's still this kind of vain desire in the back of people's heads that they're going to arrive at some sort of pure or static state. And I just don't think that unless you have another new kind of fascism in the world, that static state is not going to be possible, particularly in world culture. World culture has started recognizing itself as something that's fluid, as something that's dynamic, something that's spinning, and not something that's linear.
Shared Visions was written and narrated by Donna Carter. Special thanks to Joe Schuback, Brent Davids, the Arizona State University Dance Department Sound Lab, and KJZZ-FM in Phoenix. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Gevins. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate Producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. Food among Native people represents more than the simple satisfaction of hunger. For many Native American tribes, the food they have eaten since ancient times is directly connected to their health, happiness, traditions, and survival. The historical experiences have severely impacted and altered Native American tribal efforts to follow their traditional practices related to foods. However, a variety of traditional practices in agriculture, hunting, fishing, and gathering survive today among Native peoples, and their efforts continue. In this program, produced and narrated by Richard Tuelk, we will learn about some of these practices.
For thousands of years, ancient peoples of the Americas fished, hunted, and cultivated crops within bountiful homelands. The traditional knowledge, cultural, and religious practices they developed helped preserve the vital fish, wildlife, and plant resources needed to sustain their communities. Over the past 500 years, this has changed. Native American tribal people have had to struggle to survive and to preserve their natural resources. This has not always been easy. Today, Native people have formed tribal, regional, and national organizations to assist them with resource management needs in the modern world. In this program, we explore some of these efforts and how the people continue their traditions and preserve the natural resources.
Okay, hello, I'm Bill Frank. I'm the chairman of the Northwest Indian Fish Commission. If the word paradise means we had everything as Indian people throughout our nation and particularly up in the Northwest. but it isn't like what it was way back 100, 200 years ago. It's changed now. And today our gathering has got littler. Our dependence upon our own medicines are smaller. Our food chain has been destroyed by pollution. Our culture is surviving, and we're in a different time.
Bill Frank is from the Nisqually Reservation near Puget Sound in Washington State. He has been involved in Indian fishing issues all his life.
I call the Pacific Coast off in the state of Washington, Oregon, and Canada as pasture land. It's like the salmon migrate from all these streams out to there, and they live there for a year or 2 years maybe, and getting bigger, you know, and ready for the trip to the north to the cold water up to Alaska. And so they live off in the coast, and this is their feeding grounds. And so then before they make their long journey to the north and up into the cold water, and then when it's time, they come home, you know, and it might be 5, 6, 7 years, and then they'll come back right to that stream again.
For many of the Native American people in the Pacific Northwest, water, the streams, rivers, lakes, and ocean was the center of their lives. Traditional lifeways developed and focused around the cedar in the forests and the cycles of the salmon in the rivers. Then, in the mid-1800s, Europeans came in greater and greater numbers, disrupting the cycle of life, depleting timber and the Pacific salmon. 100 years later, in the 1960s, that destruction was challenged by Northwest Native tribes. Their right to fish ancestral rivers had been disputed by the state of Washington. They went to court, and in 1974, the United States federal court upheld Indian fishing rights guaranteed by treaties with the historic Bolt decision. Today, as a result, Indian tribes of the Northwest are co-managing with the state of Washington the timber and fish resources. 20-member tribes make up the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission and help each other manage, harvest, and enhance the salmon stock. Once again, Bill Frank.
We're enhancing over 50 million salmon going back out, you know, in our facilities. Yesterday, we just opened another major hatchery on my watershed on Nisqually, and that's a model that'll be putting out over 10 million salmon of coho and Chinook salmon and chum salmon, the 3 species. That's something that we can all look forward to, that we're in the time when we have to do these things.
In the salmon cycle, they always return to their birthplace in the upper watersheds to spawn. Different species come from different rivers and return home at different times throughout the seasons. Today, scientists study these cycles, but Northwest tribal people have known and followed them all along. Now, native people are introducing artificially spawned salmon into the rivers, mixing them into the cycle of the wild fish. Fisheries development continues to follow the natural life cycles which form the people's cultural traditions. For Northwest tribes, songs, dances, and stories help them to remember the value of the salmon. Remember how they must continue to live within the cycle of life.
The salmon are scared of the killer whale. He makes noise, and the salmon hears him underwater, and he'll go. The salmon will go where it's real shallow. They know the killer whale can't get there. There were stories and legends about the salmon people and the killer whales, and how they could herd. The killer whale would go out and herd these salmon right back to your river and bring them up into your river. And you might have had the power that can control that killer whale to go out and round them fish up and bring them down to you.
Moses Featherman Sioux, talking about Lakota, which means the Sioux, no other tribe. So they use them for everything. The buffalo itself, used as a clothing and a food and a teepee. Every bit of it are edible, including the tail.
Moses Featherman was an elder Lakota from the village of Kyle, South Dakota, on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. He passed away in December 1991, a few months after he spoke with us about the importance of the buffalo among the Lakota.
They kill him with a bow and arrow. So once the arrow left, it'll go through the buffalo at the end of the rib, right here, and then go forward. They have to come up real close to do that. So you can think about the horses they use.
Many native peoples depended upon wildlife for clothing also, so traditions were based on the seasonal or annual migrations of an animal. For tribes on the plains, the Kiowa, Comanche, Blackfoot, and Sioux, the cycle of the buffalo was the source of these traditions. Hunting practices evolved from hunting on foot to daring hunts on horseback. Their ceremonials celebrated the cycles of the migratory buffalo. The Sioux or Lakota, for example, would make an ancestral spring journey guided by the stars, which followed the buffalo through the Black Hills. The destruction of the bison began before 1850, and by the end of the century, millions of buffalo had been slaughtered. The buffalo began to disappear. The cycle broken, tribes were forced onto reservations and reduced to accepting rations of beef and government commodities in place of their traditional resource. In the late 1800s, state laws were passed protecting the bison herds remaining in national parks, on private ranches or tribal lands. Now, the buffalo are coming back.
My name is Mark Heckert, and I'm the Technical Services Director for the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society. One of the initiatives that we are working on that was brought to us by a tribe, or a group of tribes in this case, is the Native American Bison Cooperative. And this cooperative was formed by a group of tribal natural resource managers who got together and they said, what we'd like to do is work cooperatively between the tribes to pool our knowledge and our resources and work together to restore the buffalo to the reservations. What they tasked us to do was to explore the possibilities in bison production on reservation.
Mark Heckert works at the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society offices in Broomfield, Colorado. There, the Society's work with its 54-member tribes focuses on national tribal resources management. The 19-member tribes forming the Bison Cooperative are mostly from northern plains states, yet some are from California, Idaho, and Colorado. While some tribes in the Bison Co-op are just starting to set up a herd, others have already established buffalo economies. All of them are hoping that the buffalo will help in the recovery and the development of their communities. For example, the Shoshone-Bannock tribe of Fort Hall, Idaho, maintain a herd that provides meat sold as buffalo burgers and byproducts which are fashioned into sellable native arts. Once again, Mark Heckert and Moses Featherman.
The long-range goals of each of these proposals is to have an economically self-sufficient, self-supporting operation, at least at the break-even point, where they can provide enough animals for the cultural and spiritual needs of the people on the reservation, of the tribal people, for their ceremonial use. Two, beyond that, for perhaps subsistence use of the elders. And three, on top of that, the long-range goal is to have a commercial operation that is economically self-sufficient and self-supporting.
not long ago, some kind of appropriation was set up, so they bought buffaloes, and Pine Ridge got the buffalo pasture. So right now, reservation members put in for applications, some kind, and you can use one of them for ceremony.
We're at the society, and the people I'm dealing with are considering the buffalo to be a focal point, a central issue or a central animal in a comprehensive range management scheme, which means decreasing the use of pesticides, increasing the different grazing methods to assist in not only buffalo production but the corollary wildlife, the game birds, the non-game birds, elk, antelope, and deer are very compatible with buffalo if you work the animals in the right method and be very careful with your range.
You can get hold of buffalo easy now in the reservation. That's just not long ago. And for a while, there's no buffaloes. They don't have any buffaloes at all.
We've come from fish to buffalo, and now to the things that come from the ground. For some tribes, plant life was the critical resource. They gathered wild plants, sowed seeds, or grew crops from cuttings or root sprouts. Many native cultivated plants, potatoes, peppers, tomatoes, corn, have enhanced diets around the world throughout history. Many of the more exotic varieties, like blue corn, can be found as specialty items in stores and tourist shops all around the country.
I'm Raina Green. I direct the American Indian Program at the National Museum of American History at the Smithsonian. I'm Cherokee from Oklahoma. Now we can go to a place where we can sell American history here. And here we've got this jar of blue Southwest gourmet popcorn. We've got prairie red and premium black popping corn, vintage popping corn, and we've got, this is wonderful, this is our little red ear in a box. It's microwave popcorn on the cob. It's called Ah Shucks. And down here, oh boy, we've got complete paper mache ears of corn, red and yellow, that you can put in a basket and put on your table, and everybody knows that you love mom corn.
My name's Denise Masayesva. I'm from the Hopi tribe. I'm a San Clan. The corn is a very precious, it's something very precious to us, that we don't just think of it as throwing something in the ground and, covering it up, and then when it comes up we eat it. We have another feeling towards it. That's sort of like the way, if you're a parent, the way you feel towards your child. It just makes you feel really proud and just happy and sort of complete.
Over the past 5 centuries, many native crop seeds, such as Hopi corn, have begun to disappear. Along with the seeds, traditional agricultural practices are also being lost. This has led to changes in diet that have affected the health of many tribal members. Today, there's an effort among tribes to return to the old ways, and for many, that means bringing native crops back into common use.
One day I was looking for a part-time job, and I found this little, notice on the bulletin board, so I went in and I interviewed with them. And it was a really nice, place, Native Seed Search. It sort of reminded me of my grandmother's, where she stores her seeds, because they had all kinds of seeds in there. They had corn, melons, beans, squash. I mean, they had everything in there.
Denise Masayasfa, a Hopi student at the University of Arizona and mother of two, works for a group based in Tucson called Native Seeds Search. Their goal is to collect and preserve threatened native crop seeds of the desert Southwest. They conduct workshops for interested groups or tribes, publish a quarterly newsletter, and offer internships to Native Americans.
I do, different things now, like maybe somebody will ask me about a particular Hopi seed, ask me. We have a lot of volunteers come in, and a lot of them are members. But a lot of these people they really, have real no information about the seed. So I'll, explain to them what we do.
Through this work, Native Seed Search also supports the survival of agricultural traditions, which give rebirth to ancient knowledge of the land and how to live with it.
The basic four includes the yellow corn and the blue corn, the red corn, and the white corn. And the order in which I named these colors of corn also are synonymous with the northwest, southwest, southeast, and northeast. These represent the four cardinal directions in the Hopi orientation of the universe.
Emery Sikakwaptiwa was born and raised on the Hopi Reservation in northeastern Arizona. He is currently conducting research for a Hopi language book at the University of Arizona. The Hopi's agricultural tradition, embedded in their ceremonies of birth, growth, and family, keeps them within the cycle of life. Once again, Emery Sikakwaptiwa and Denise Masayasfa.
The particular technique of planting corn is to dig a hole, but the hole can go down as deep as is necessary in order to get into the moist part of the earth. Anywhere from 4 to sometimes, in some cases, 8 inches deep. And several seeds are placed in there, in that moisture, and then eventually toward the top, covered over with dry dirt, which acts as kind of a mulch. And so the spring moisture, as a result of thawing snow in April or so, could last, or that is sustain the plants into the wet months beginning around July. In the Hopi teachings of their origins, when we came into this world, which we call the fourth world, we were given the gift of the corn as a way of life.
And even at birth, the first thing a newborn gets is 2 perfect white ears of corn. They stay with the baby, they just lay in there with the crib, and they symbolize it as being the mother of the baby.
And the baby is not permitted to be taken out of the house until the proper time. On that morning of the 20th day, the baby is given a name by a particular people from the father's side and receives a name.
When it finally gets to leave, it's sort of introduced to the whole tribe. The paternal grandmother, with the corn that she's given to her grandson or granddaughter, she uses that corn and gives sort of like a prayer to the child. Using that corn, she rubs it against the child's heart.
Then these names are recited by the mother to the son at sunrise, so that the son, the father, will know about it. After which then the baby is given for the first time the food that we eat in this world, and is told so. You have come into this world now, and you will live by what we eat here, and this is what we eat here. And they give the baby of corn flour is mixed with water. It can't chew anything yet, so it's very fine ground, just like modern wheat flour.
I sort of look back and think of all the things I haven't learned yet. And, you know, I sort of panic. When am I going to catch up? When am I going to catch up? My grandparents are going to get old. I have to learn all this from my grandmother. I'm not done with school yet. You know, how am I going to get back there in time? You know, it's like I'm running against, there's time on that side, and I'm on a race with it. And I'm trying to catch up so I can learn all this stuff before they pass away. And in order to learn all this, you know, in order to learn all the things that I have to learn to become, you know, Hopi, it starts with corn. I mean, in order to get married, I need corn. For my baby's naming ceremony, I need corn. To feed the kachinas, I need corn. You know, everything's with corn. So, you know, you have to start with that.
Cycles of life, spawning and migration, fishing and hunting, planting and harvesting. Cycles of traditions based on knowledge of ancient rhythms of the earth around us. With our old ways in modern times, we will find the way to survive. This is what Native people believe.
They'll participate in a modern world, but they're not going to give up growing corn in their own way, in their crude method, if you will, from a scientific point of view, because there's no fertilization, there's no irrigation, there's no hybridization. It's just the way they've always done it. This is, in a sense, also a feeling of continuity back to their old traditional and prehistoric times. It becomes more and more valuable as time passes, especially today when it sometimes can become very confusing as to who you are and why you're here, you know what I mean? For that reason, I think many people are quite proud to show that they still maintain this technology, and of course it is part of the teaching anyway, that it is something which is a spiritual gift, and then that they must never forget this particular way of growing corn, because everything else might break down, you know what I mean?
Native traditions have spanned thousands of years. Changes brought on in a few hundred cannot replace their value. The ancient knowledge must survive to take us into the future. This is what the Native people know.
The future of us depends upon whether we can keep our resource and keep our trees and keep our water clean, keep our Puget Sound clean, keep our oceans clean, and keep our salmon coming back, and the whole cycle will keep going around and around. It'll never end.
Sustaining Our Communities, Natural Resource Management, was produced and narrated by Richard Tuel. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Givens. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. Nearly everyone in America has lost some special place. Maybe a small pond filled in for an office building, or a field of wildflowers paved over for yet another shopping center. And for each of us, it creates a sense of loss and frustration that is too easily dismissed with, oh well, that's progress. For Native people, the land is our mother. All that we have comes from her, and we shall all return to her. The land is basic to the circle of life. Our elders have told us for generations that every stone, every tree, every blade of prairie grass has a purpose. Our lands are increasingly threatened by energy and resource development, tourism, and recreational activities. Many of our people feel that this is our last stand to protect our land and our way of life. For our lives as Native people, so tied to the land, will go the way of the land. Battle lines are being drawn. The weapons are treaty rights, tribal sovereignty, legal briefs, grassroots organizing, and traditional wisdom. Producer Dick Brooks went behind the lines to meet those who are attempting to form the defense.
This is the church here, and that's the sweat house over there. This is right down on the ground. In the balcony where everybody sits and visit or whatever. And this is where we all get in there and pray. And when we start our dances, it's over there in that little corner there.
Winnie George is an elder of the Hoopa tribe in Northern California. She's showing us some of the traditional sites along the Trinity River that honor the history and creation of this valley and the Hoopa people.
Anyway, that's where the Creator had went after some blanket that he wanted to have, went to the North Pole to get it. He came back down here and stood at the end of that balcony there, or whatever you'd call it.
The Hoopa Valley Reservation is situated deep in Northern California's coastal mountains. The area is so rugged that whites didn't come to Hoopa until 1827. The Trinity River, a blue-green ribbon, runs through the valley and every part of Hoopa life. In the 1960s, a dam was built, 75 miles upriver. It diverted 90% of the Trinity's flow to California's Central Valley Project for irrigation. Today, the Trinity, once a great salmon river, has only a tenth of the fish it had before the dam. Winnie George says the Hoopa have fished the Trinity since the beginning of time. Archaeologists have found sites on the Trinity that are at least 10,000 years old. Through all that time, the river and its fish have remained vital to the Hoopa. But now the fish are scarce and the water is low, and this troubles tribal medicine leader Winnie George.
We don't catch fish around here as much as we used to years ago. But we never have a hard river anymore, and it used to clean everything out so the fish came in good. But now it's got that moss and stuff in there. It's kind of, I don't know, it's too hot. The river's water's really hot now, and I don't think fish likes it. All them canoe boaters, kayak people, they tell me they look down in the river, they don't see no fish. I said, how you guys get along now? I said, we don't have it. If we want fish, we buy it. I told them in town or wherever they fish.
The Hoopa subsisted on fish until recently, but that changed with the diversion of the Trinity River. In 1991, after lengthy negotiations with the Department of Interior, the Hoopa tribe managed to take water back from the Central Valley Project. Many people along the Trinity had depended on the river for their livelihood and recreation. They had been powerless in getting increased stream flows until the Hoopa tribe stepped in.
There are things that you can do working for a tribe on a reservation that you can't do anywhere else. If you are an environmental lawyer, it would be wonderful if the Sierra Club, for instance, had governmental powers to do certain things. Well, they don't.
Steve Swagey, an Oklahoma Cherokee, serves as Hoopa tribal attorney.
And simply by virtue of where this tribe is located, we have enormous influence over the management of the entire Trinity Basin. You know, our Federal Reserve water rights mean that certain things simply can't be done to the river or to the water upstream from us if it has an effect on the reservation or if it has an effect on the fishery that passes through the reservation. So we really have quite a strategic location in this basin, and the local non-Indian interests within this part of California have begun to recognize that they have a common interest with the tribe in uniting to protect this whole area from, further colonization by the Royal Imperial State of California.
Hoopa's power comes from its sovereignty. Nations possess sovereignty, freedom from external control. Sovereignty is at the heart of Indian country. It means that tribes have power similar to that of the states and have a government-to-government relationship with state and federal agencies. Tribal sovereignty is derived from their unique history, culture, and language, traditions that predate by centuries the Declaration of Independence or the Columbus landing. Tribal fisheries biologist Bob Franklin is doing the research that will bring life back to the Trinity. He measures water flow and effects on fish habitat. Franklin says that only Hoopa's sovereign power could cut through the red tape and begin the process of saving the Trinity River.
As part of tribal government, I can have an effect on the resource, on this river, that I wouldn't have any hope of if I worked for the State Fish and Game Department. Tribes are the only ones sitting at the table when you're talking about fisheries management and land management issues. Tribes are the only ones who can speak the truth. The issues that are important are relatively clear and few in number. The community has a focus on certain things, and you can go forward with that focus. If you work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, you have to worry about things like your relationship to other Department of Interior entities. You have to worry about what Bureau of Reclamation might do to you in Wyoming if you win big in California. I guess you have to. That's how they act. I can, representing the tribe, lay out the simple truth of something as I see it and say the emperor has no clothes. That's the power the tribe has.
That power carries enormous responsibilities. The water, leaping from the Trinity Dam gates, was released for stream flow studies at a time when irrigation water is precious in drought-stricken California. The water now flowing down the Trinity River again is worth millions of dollars by some estimates. In exercising their sovereign rights, Hoopa walks a fine line between self-interest and encroaching on powerful state and federal interests that could damage their tribal sovereignty through litigation or even congressional intervention. Hoopa attorney Steve Swagay says such risks come with the territory.
Tribes have the right to blow it just as they have the right to succeed, and there are no guarantees. I think that was always the thing that the tribes understood in Aboriginal times, that we had to live in balance with the earth, and that was quite a challenge, and that each person had to learn how to do that as they grew up. They couldn't rely on somebody else to do that for them.
For Winnie George, the Hoopa tribe's recovery of some control over the Trinity River means quite simply that the Hoopa way of life is preserved.
Well, as long as we got Trinity River running, I guess we'll be all right.
The Hoopa people have been successful. They used their sovereign rights to regain some of the water taken by the Central Valley Project. Their action benefits nearly all the people that live along the 100-mile Trinity River, not just tribal fishermen. But sovereignty on the Hoopa Reservation has another side. It carries a total responsibility. The tribe can't just pick and choose what it's most interested in. At Hoopa, and throughout Northern California, another creature is pressing in on Hoopa's sovereignty. That's the northern spotted owl, a bird that is becoming famous in a battle over logging and timber management practices throughout the Pacific Northwest. The owl's prime habitat is old-growth timber, a resource that environmental groups say is in dangerously short supply. The U.S. Forest Service has temporarily closed hundreds of thousands of acres of timber to loggers. For the past 2 years, Hoopa has sent survey teams out to locate spotted owls on the reservation. Dale Risling is chairman of the Hoopa tribe.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife has come in and I've identified pairs of spotting owls near our reservation, and they've struck lines of jurisdiction around those owls, and they've overlapped into our reservation without consulting with us, without talking with us. And we have a environmental and division. We have wildlife biologists on staff, and we have regulated for years different environmental concerns and factors on a reservation, and stream zones and view sheds and cultural reserves and wildlife areas, and we've done that for years. And all of a sudden an agency comes in and encroaches on our reservation with their jurisdiction. So what we want to do is we want to work with all the agencies, the U.S. Forest Service or the state or whoever, but we will regulate the environmental laws on a reservation, whether it be spotted owl or the otter or the martin or the Chinook salmon. We'll regulate them. We have the capability. We don't need other agencies of the U.S. government treating us like another agency. We're not. We're a sovereign nation.
Defending Hoopa's sovereignty includes protecting the spotted owl and exercising self-governance. While much of Northern California's logging is shut down, Hoopa, almost entirely dependent on its logging industry, continues to harvest their own timber. Dale Risling says Hoopa is caught in a political struggle.
A lot of the people that are behind the spotted owl issue are against cutting timber in general, old growth. The redwood summer people that come up and are opposing, cutting of redwood old growth. I think it's a political tool. If it's not the spotted owl, it'll be some other species.
But the spotted owl does threaten the sovereignty, or freedom from external control, that Hoopa and ultimately all tribes enjoy. The Fish and Wildlife Service is intent on protecting the owls, apparently at all costs. Dale Risling thinks the cost to Hoopa could be especially high.
Of all of the area that has been designated by Fish and Wildlife as spotted owl habitat, the amount of habitat on Indian lands is less than 0.5%. I'm talking about Quinault, Warm Springs, Yakima, Hoopa, and a couple of smaller tribes in Northern California. Out of the huge amount of land that they're designating, Hoopa represents only a small portion. But when they come in and start, restricting large portions of area on our reservation, it has a major impact on us.
It's a 5-hour train ride north of the last road, and then a trip by freighter canoe to Moose Factory in northern Ontario. This is where the Moose River empties into James Bay, the huge southern lobe of Hudson's Bay. Quebec and Ontario Hydro have proposed massive dams on the Moose and other rivers that will flood millions of acres of traditional Cree and Inuit lands. Randy Kapashisid, chief of the Mo-Quebec Band of the Cree, sees his people as an endangered species. Hydroelectric dams are perceived by the public to be non-polluting and safer than nuclear facilities. The Cree understand it differently.
Most people have the attitude who are planning these projects that, the thing about this is that it's renewable and it's clean and everything else, but the fact that they're forgetting is that an ecosystem is never renewable. They look at water as though it's isolated from the fact that it flows down this river, and that there are people and animals and fish and other beings that live and depend on a water system and a river system flowing naturally. We have a war. This is our battleground, this river, and what people want to do to it, because they are impacting on what people here have done historically, traditionally, in terms of hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering, and being able to travel freely and being able to go whenever the seasons require that they go. And they're guided by the cycles that go beyond a boardroom and go beyond scientific explanation. And we are part of the ecosystem because we understand it, and We know what it takes to live with it, and we know what it takes not to destroy it.
The Mokribek have always lived off the land and have settled in communities like Moose Factory only in the last 20 or 30 years. Today, an estimated 40% of their livelihood still comes from subsistence fishing, hunting, and trapping. Yet even in this mostly untouched area, the Mokribek face daily reminders of progress and pollution.
I'll let you get back to your potatoes. I just wanted to see how it was going.
Yeah, they're going pretty well. We're going to have to...
You going to get them all out today?
No.
As Randy Kapashishit stopped in on neighbor Ivor Jones, their conversation revealed threats to their way of life now taken for granted.
I'm feeding about 20 people. Alan Jolly's dad called me last night and said, Irving, he calls me. Irving, do you like moose liver? I said, yeah, but you're not supposed to eat it, George. Oh, that's a natural resource. I say, you're not going to eat the liver because it's polluted.
What did he say?
Oh, okay, thanks for telling me. Now I know why the hell he was calling me. He doesn't have any geese yet. And he wants potatoes.
And he wants to give you liver.
That's right. So he's got to come up with the geese. Because when I get in his boat, he says, how are your potatoes, Irvin? I said, how are your geese, George?
Unlike many tribes, the Mokribek don't have status as a recognized tribe or a reservation. They never entered into any treaties ceding their land. But they've mounted a formidable defense based on their sovereignty as a distinct people.
It has nothing to do with any Western notion of property, of political process, of parliamentary procedure, nothing to do with any imperial notions of discovery and continued occupation. It's a concept that comes from how we live our life. And it may not have any legal meaning in the eyes of Westerners. It may not have any political meaning even in their eyes. But it stands alone, and it stands equally as valid as any other concept of sovereignty that one might want to put forward. Ours comes very clearly from the fact that the life that we live is based on our understanding of how we came to be as people and the value that we place on that, and very clearly that extends to a very spiritual notion of life and responsibility for being alive and being on the earth.
The Mokribek have mobilized their people to speak out about the threats to their culture. They're educating their community.
I just took down a couple of things there that you had talked about. Anyways, the first time we started off on this discussion, me and Grace, you had drafted up a letter initially, eh, Grace?
Mm-hmm. The Cree are forming coalitions with other communities along James Bay. They've taken the fight to New York, where the hydroelectricity will eventually be sold. Governor Cuomo has heard from many New York citizens informed about the threat to James Bay. Winona LeDuc, a White Earth Minnesota Chippewa activist, is recipient of the first Reebok Human Rights Award. She's active on both sides of the U.S.-Canada border. She's married into the Mokribek band.
There's this whole international discussion of North versus South, and I would suggest that the reality is that it's the middle consuming the North and the South. It is not a North-South issue, because the fact is that the Arctic and the North, particularly in the North American context, is something that is being laid to waste at a rate that is only equaled with the rate of destruction of the Amazon rainforest. 80% of the Canadian population lives within 100 miles of the U.S.-Canada border. When you go north of that, 85% of the population is native. So the vast majority of Canada is populated by native people. And the fact is that all of the resources that have been unexploited are in the north, and all the roads in Canada runs north-south. And so whether it is lumber in Alberta or Saskatchewan or British Columbia, or whether it is uranium in Saskatchewan, whether it is dams in Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba, they are hauling those resources from the north down to the south. And the market that they're looking at is the U.S. market. The devastation of, for example, the James Bay area for contracts, whether it is in New York or whether it is in Minnesota for the NSP, Northern States Power and United Power Association contracts that are for the Manitoba dams, is totally unethical. It is totally unethical to trade in a nuke for a dam that's going to devastate an ecosystem.
In northern Wisconsin, the Lakota Chippewa tribe is trying to stop the world's largest mining company, Rio Tinto Zinc, and its U.S. subsidiary Kennecott from opening a copper mine on the banks of the Flambeau River. The proposed mine is 40 miles downstream from the Lakota Reservation, but within the territory of the Chippewa ceded to the U.S. by treaty. Lakota is concerned that their sovereignty and interests may have been ignored by both the mining company and the state of Wisconsin. A coalition of tribes and environmental groups has battled the Kennecott plan for several years. The Chippewa say their treaty rights entitle them to protection of fisheries and wildlife habitat. Gashkabash is chairman of the Lakota Chippewa. 2 months before a hearing on Kennecott's environmental impact statement, he went to London to address the stockholders of Rio Tinto Zinc, or RTZ. He was hoping RTZ would agree to an extension of the hearing date, so Lakota would have a better chance to prepare their case.
The first thing that we intended to ask for was whether or not the RTZ Corporation would recognize the rights of the Lake Superior Chippewa, i.e. treaty rights that have been recognized by federal courts and also in litigation. And the second thing we asked for was a 30-day extension at Lakota because we didn't have the technical people, the hydrologists, the geologists, the experts on the fisheries, for example. We didn't have those people in place. The third thing is we asked for was rather than just a specific environmental impact statement, just site specific, we asked for a regional environmental impact statement because there's other mining corporations, Noranda, for example, Exxon, that are sitting along the sidelines watching to see what would occur, whether Kennecott would be granted this permit. All three of our requests were denied.
The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources granted the RTZ Kennecott mine permit. But in the summer of 1991, the Lakota tribe and the Sierra Club joined forces and won a temporary injunction halting construction of the mine. The fight isn't over yet. Gashkabash says his tribe will exhaust every avenue to protect their rights.
The state of Wisconsin has opened their eyes. They're still squinted from the sting of the court decisions. They don't want to talk about joint cooperative management of the resources. They don't like to use words like that. They recite the Constitution, that they are constitutionally empowered to regulate the resources in the state of Wisconsin. Well, as a sovereign, my question is, who empowered these people to do that? Statehood was just bestowed upon the current state here in Wisconsin in 1848. Did we just magically appear on the scene in 1848? Gaween, we were on the scene here. We lived here for centuries, and we can predate our history 500 years ago to Madeline Island, even before the state was even conceptualized, before Columbus was even on his way over here to enslave the native people in this country. And we have rights that far supersede the rights of the state of Wisconsin, and for that matter, the formation of the United States of America.
In December 1991, Gashkabash was elected president of the National Congress of American Indians, promising strong leadership on environmental issues. At home, on the Lakota Reservation, he chairs a coalition of tribal people and environmental groups called Anishinaabe-Niji, or Indian Friend. As part of the 6th annual Protect the Earth gathering, Gashkabash invited participants to bring water from their homes to symbolize the solidarity of purpose and to remind them of the battle lines being drawn and the pressures on the land.
This water is from my well in Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and Onondaga County, that's a county where they wanted to put a nuclear waste dump, and the people defeated it.
My name is Jan Jacoby, and I brought river from spring at home, from the Hay River table, water table, and the other water I brought was from the Flambeau River, and I'm crying for this water.
Our water was from Polk County Pipe Lake, which is one of the cleaner lakes in the county to swim in. Unfortunately, it's also on one of the DNR's lists for having high mercury content.
The water I brought came from our well, which is about 2 miles from where Kennecott wants to put in its mine near Ladysmith.
And we brought 2 samples of water from the Blue Hills from 2 springs, one of which has not gone dry, as far as they know, in the last 80 years.
This water that I hold in my hand here, it says $1.19 on top of this bottle. And you add up all these little bottles like this, and this water comes from the Flambeau River. And this water comes from the creator, Njemile. And you add up all these little bottles one day, it's going to far surpass the greed that the mining company, RTZ Corporation, is going to extract from the earth. Because you can take all those minerals and you can turn it over into cash. But let me see these executives one day when they pollute all our waters. I would like to see them try to drink that cash.
From the town of Grant, near the Flambeau mine, my well water.
The water I put in came from several different special places, one of which is Waverly Beach on the Bad River Indian Reservation, and also from our pond on 40 acres in Iron County, Wisconsin.
Battle Lines, Pressures on the Land, was written, produced, and narrated by Dick Brooks. Special thanks to Pamela Risling of Hoopa Tribal Station KIDE. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Givens. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the Present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. High atop Pueblo homes at the village of Taos, traditional criers call to the people to start the day. The greeters are urging the people to come to the plaza and celebrate the return of their sacred blue lake. Today there will be dancing, feasting, prayers, and thanks given to the Creator and all the people who helped in the decades-long battle for the people of Taos. The return of Blue Lake to the Taos people is one of the most important religious freedom victories for American Indian people. Many Indian people today feel that their way of life is under direct attack by the Supreme Court of the United States. In this program, producer Peggy Berryhill will take us to the mountains of Taos, explore the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, and meet with the leaders of the Native American Church. The outcome of their legal battles will affect the status of all minority religions in the United States.
On September 15, 1620, English subjects sailed from Plymouth, England, to seek refuge from religious persecution. The story of the Puritan pilgrims landing at Plymouth Rock in Massachusetts to achieve religious freedom is one of the best-known stories in American history.
On the Mall in Washington, D.C., just a block from the nation's capital, Reuben Snake, Winnebago elder and Native American church member, speaks to a crowd gathered to protest the Supreme Court's ruling against a centuries-old peyote religion. He is surrounded by his family and other Native American church members who, like the Pilgrims in 1620, have come seeking religious freedom.
It is tragic to say, however, that we are now in a situation in the United States of America where we can no longer take such a fundamental right, the free exercise of religion, for granted. As venerable as the heritage of religious liberty has been in America, religious liberty is now in jeopardy for all minority religions. We could always point confidently to the First Amendment's guarantees of free exercise of religion and know that ultimately we would prevail. Now, unbelievably, we are no longer assured that we will prevail. This is intolerable to us and must be intolerable to every American who treasures their right to worship God without government interference.
Most people take the Constitution and the freedoms it gives us for granted. If you are Protestant or Jewish, you probably never think twice about constitutional guarantees. If, however, you are Amish, Sikh, or a Native American, the right to worship in your own way has become seriously reduced over the past 6 years by the Supreme Court. American Indians have had to fight for their right to worship since this country was founded. Walter Echohawk is staff attorney with the Native American Rights Fund, or NARF. NARF is part of a coalition of legal, tribal, environmental, and religious groups known as the American Indian Religious Freedom Coalition. They are seeking congressional action to protect the First Americans and the First Amendment. From his office in Boulder, Colorado, Echohawk offered this look at American history.
In 1992, it's been 500 years since Christopher Columbus arrived in the New World, and ever since that date down to the present, one of the basic features of the Indian and white relationship has been one of religious intolerance or religious discrimination by Europeans against the indigenous religions of the Western Hemisphere. And that has been one of the cornerstones of federal Indian policy historically, and that has been to separate the American Indian from his religion and his culture and his way of life. And much of the federal policy of the last century was to carry that policy out, to in fact suppress tribal religions, there was a total ban placed on tribal religious ceremonies from the 1890s all the way up to 1934, for example. And so there's been a long history of denial of religious rights of America's native peoples.
Our nation is rich in cultures and rich in religious traditions. Although the dominant religious groups are Judeo-Christian, there are many lesser-known religions as well. They all share a common heritage. They have been imported to this country. Only Native American religions are indigenous to this continent, and there are as many active Native religions as there are tribes. But they differ from the dominant religions in this country in a big way. They are no longer protected by the constitutional right to the free exercise of religion.
A constitutional right is supposed to be inviolate, is supposed to be something that you cannot disturb, and the Supreme Court reserves the right to speak to constitutionality. The Supreme Court deals with whether or not something falls within the protection of the Constitution.
One of the founders of the Constitution, James Madison, once said that it's proper to take alarm at the first experiment on our liberty, and it appears that the Supreme Court is experimenting quite deeply and dramatically with our religious freedom in this country by way of Indians.
In 1990, the ruling that sounded an alarm for all minority religions around the country was Smith versus the state of Oregon, also known as the Peyote case.
Well, the Smith decision is, of course, a devastating blow to anybody who appreciates the freedom for religious practice that this country has traditionally afforded citizens of the United States.
John Lavelle, Santee, Dakota, founder of Center for the Spirit, an organization in Oakland, California dedicated to the protection of Indian traditions. Al Smith, a Klamath, is a profound figure in the national Indian sobriety movement. In Oregon, he worked as a drug and alcohol abuse counselor. He is also a member of the Native American Church. As a result of using peyote, he was fired by his employer. Lavelle explains.
I believe that the employer gave him the option of entering a program for employees who have relapsed. He explained to his employer that there was nothing wrong with him, and so the employer fired him. Al then applied for unemployment compensation and was denied by the state of Oregon for, quote, misconduct, end quote, work-related misconduct. This is one of the categories that can prevent a person from getting unemployment compensation. Now, Al Smith objected vehemently to this characterization of his religious practice and his going to church as misconduct. So he appealed the ruling of the Employment Division of Oregon. Now, the case went up to the Oregon Supreme Court twice and then went to the U.S. Supreme Court twice in a very complicated series of appeals. But basically what happened was that the Oregon Supreme Court ruled twice in his favor.
The Supreme Court overturned Oregon's rulings. Walter Echohawk explains.
For 20 or 30 years, the federal government, as well as about 28 states, have provided for religious exemptions for Native American religious use of peyote, and have done so without experiencing any law enforcement problems, and even no medical problems as well have ever been documented with the Native American religious use in the centuries of documentation concerning this indigenous religion. But when this case got to the level of the Supreme Court, the state of Oregon asserted that if the First Amendment required an exemption for Native religious use of peyote, that this would undermine our nation's drug war. The Supreme Court bought that argument and went to very great lengths to deny religious protection for the Native American Church, making it, I think, our country's first innocent victim of the drug war in the area of religious freedom.
The justice's decision was a radical departure from the way the court looked at religious freedom cases in the past. For 30 years, the court has used what is known as the compelling state interest test in these types of cases. The compelling state interest test requires that the government show some justification for not allowing an exemption for a religious practitioner who objects to a law that burdens that practitioner. Echohawk explains the full impact of the Supreme Court's actions. He says the court essentially did three significant things.
First, it discarded the traditional compelling state interest test, which was used by the federal courts for decades to protect First Amendment rights of American citizens. The court ruled that that particular balancing test, which it had previously applied, too strictly protected religious freedom, and therefore threw it out, using a very disturbing rationale that we have too much religious diversity in our American society, and that this diversity was simply a luxury that a democratic society could not afford. Secondly, the court exempted a huge body of criminal law and civil statutory law that is general in application from the reach of the First Amendment itself, and in effect rewrote the First Amendment. The First Amendment basically reads that Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise of religion, but the Supreme Court in the Smith case basically rewrote it to say Congress shall make no law except criminal laws or civil laws of general application that are not hostile to religion, which is about 99.9% of all statutes on the books. And that means that our nation, after the Smith case, has less religious freedom liberties or safeguards or guarantees than most other democracies and some non-democratic nations, in my opinion. Thirdly, the court also went further to suggest that freedom of religion protections were not protectable in the courts unless there were some other First Amendment rights, such as freedom of speech or freedom of association, that were also being infringed upon by the First Amendment. And so, as you can see, the Supreme Court very seriously weakened the First Amendment free exercise of religion protections for all Americans. And as soon as that decision was handed down, it was not only devastating for Native people, but it prompted a large outcry by non-Indian religious groups as well.
I just do not know how one continues to educate individuals when there should be the kind of respect for other people's way of viewing the world, communicating with the sacred, maintaining their sacred journeys in the way that the Creator gave them as tribal-specific people.
Dr. Henry Mann, a full professor at Montana State University in Missoula. Dr. Mann teaches Native American studies, courses on Native American women, and she is an authority on Indian religions. Henry, as she likes to be called, is Cheyenne. Her Indian name is Ho'ostaona, which means the woman who comes to offer prayer. She is the coordinator of the ERFA Coalition. For Judeo-Christians, sacred sites or areas exist in other parts of the world, but for Native Americans, this land is sacred. As we talked about the importance of protecting sacred sites, she told me what happened to her on a pilgrimage to a site sacred to the Cheyenne.
As a Cheyenne, let's be very tribal-specific and look to our sacred site in northwestern South Dakota. At the northwestern edge of the Black Hills stands a lone mountain that we call Bear Butte. To us as Cheyennes, we call it Nakawus, which is just literally Bear Butte. Noawus can translate into English very closely as the hill that gives, or the giving hill, because it gave to us as Cheyenne people. Bear Butte, then, as a result, is our spiritual center of the universe. And since South Dakota operates it as a state park, several years ago, my son and I made a pilgrimage to Bear Butte and discovered when we got there that it was the first day of hunting season.
And so Henry Mann and her son had to leave the mountain and go to nearby Sturgis, South Dakota, and wait for the stores to open so they could buy hunter orange plastic vests.
And I realized that we as Indians certainly are adaptable and flexible. But for some reason or another, I personally did not feel right wearing this hunter orange vest. But it was very important for us to go up on the mountain to pray. And so we did. We walked in the back and sat. And all day you could hear these rifle shots all around. Hunters were out. And my son was very apprehensive about making sure that we didn't get shot. And so nonetheless, that certainly detracted from the kind of concentration that an individual needs to have while they are communicating and making their offerings and praying for spiritual direction from the Creator.
Imagine your church. Imagine you and your family go to worship and find a fence around your church, a ticket booth in front of your sacred shrine, and you are searched, your religious books opened, and other ceremonial objects confiscated and desecrated. You and your family are denied entry except by special permit. How would you feel? Sound a little implausible? Well, these types of religious infringements occur regularly to Indian people. In 1978, the Senate Select Committee for Indian Affairs conducted hearings around the United States. They found over 30,000 examples of Indian religious infringements. Suzanne Harjo.
We had had problems with border crossings, confiscation of sacred items, violation of medicine bundles. Indian inmates had few, if any, cultural, traditional, religious rights regarding hairstyle, hair length, sweat lodges, free access for medicine people to come in and minister. And we had very limited protections and ways to get into court to protect our holy places.
Suzanne Schoen Harjo, President and Executive Director of the Morning Star Foundation. For the past 2 decades, Harjo has been one of the most active leaders battling for religious freedom. In 1978, she headed the review process on Indian religious practices for the Senate Select Committee for Indian Affairs. This led to the passage of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act.
Originally, we wanted to provide protections for sacred places, for ceremonial use of everything we need for ceremonies, to provide for repatriation of our dead relatives and sacred objects from museums and educational institutions and federal agencies.
What was intended in the original effort was to bring Native peoples under the protection of the First Amendment clauses regarding the free exercise of religion. And so, in 1978, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act became a law, but it offered little protection for Indian religions.
And since its inception, tribes have become increasingly aware of the fact that it doesn't have any protection for continuity of American Indian religions, even though it sounds wonderful on paper. It's almost like many of the treaties that this United States entered into with American Indian tribes. It's nice and pretty words on pieces of paper that doesn't really have any kind of strength or commitment behind it.
For all its good intentions, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, or AIRFA, has not protected tribes from government interference in religious practices. Because Indians are the only people whose sacred lands are on or adjacent to federal lands, Native Americans and the U.S. Forest Service are often at odds. In the 1970s, in Northern California, 3 tribes, the Karok, Yurok, and Tolowa, sought to stop the Forest Service from building a 6-mile stretch of road which would go right through the heart of an area sacred to them. This road would connect the towns of Gasket and Orleans and became known as the Go Road. Although the Go Road would enable the Forest Service to harvest timber more efficiently, government witnesses testified that the road would destroy the religion of the tribes. In 1988, the battle ended. Dr. Mann.
The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the United States Forest Service, the United States government, and so I guess the message was very clear in terms of where we as American Indians are in relation to the Supreme Court, because it's more important for the United States Forest Service to develop a stretch of road than for them to just blatantly destroy the religion of the 3 affected tribes.
Protection of sacred sites is one of the main issues in restoring religious freedom to Indian people. The high desert mountains of northern New Mexico is home to the Taos people. For 64 years, they fought for the return of their sacred Blue Lake.
Blue Lake is a central creation point and a central ceremonial point for Taos, for the Taos Pueblo people. And it was making the people collectively ill and individually heartsick and weakened to be denied access to that area and to not have full control regarding it.
In 1971, their struggle ended in victory. The return of Blue Lake was one of the most important triumphs for Indian people. In 1991, 20 years after their victory, the Taos Pueblo held a celebration. Paul Burnell, now 79, was one of the leaders in the Blue Lake battle. He dedicated 25 years to his people.
From the beginning of time, the Pueblo of Taos and his people and their elders before them, they were using this place known as Blue Lake area. And for religious purpose, just like any man that would pray and worship God in the Great Spirit. That was the intention. When the United States government interfered and take that land about 1906, we were kind of thrown out, and wrongfully took that land away from us. I want to let the American people to know Indians have a true significance in their places where they go to talk to the spirit. American people should understand that men should have a privacy. Men should have a privacy to do their own talking to the Great Spirit. And that's about the American. I should be understand and should not devastate any places like this.
We are protecting areas where our people go to do one thing and one thing only, to pray for the good of the world and to pray for very specific beings in the world, plants, animals, birds, fish. All our most important holy people do is pray for the good of the world. And that's what all important holy people do in everyone's spiritual belief, in everyone's religion, is to bring around that kind of balance to the world that we know.
Because the Supreme Court's decisions have broader implications, a coalition of Indian tribes, national religious organizations, environmentalists, and others have joined forces to make the American people aware of the danger to all non-dominant religions in this country. The American Indian Religious Freedom Coalition is seeking amendments to strengthen the 1978 law. They want full protection for religious freedom for all Americans.
There's really no alternative for Native people in the United States but to secure passage of this legislation, because presently we have no legal protection whatsoever to practice these ancient tribal religions, which means so much to our culture as well as to the cultural heritage of everybody. And we do not know what alternatives we would have if this kind of legislation fails, because as Native people we really don't have the option to immigrate or migrate to more tolerant countries.
The core of our cultures and the very essence is our spirituality as a people, and that is what is under assault right now in terms of where the United States Supreme Court has left us. Because if you take away our religions, you have virtually destroyed the cultures of a people. And the tragedy is that the United States has to be a little bit more respectful to the people that were here first, that have lived here for all time, that have shared this beautiful and wonderful continent with them, and have allowed them to build their dreams, dreams that unfortunately have not been extended to us as American Indians. And it seems to me that we are always put in a position of having to fight for the right to be Indian, the right to remain Indian, the right to continue to practice our spiritual ways.
One of the founders of American Indian law, Felix Cohen, once pointed out that American Indians are used in the society as the so-called miner's canary, that as canaries were used in the mines to detect poisonous gases, Indians are used in this society to detect poisonous gases in the legal and political atmosphere, and that whenever there is such poisonous gas in our atmosphere, it's Indian people who suffer first as the smallest and most vulnerable of the minority ethnic groups. One commentator described the Smith decision as a stake being driven through the heart of the Bill of Rights, and that's exactly what's happening now. If we allow this decision to stand, and if we allow this kind of reasoning to take a hold on the Supreme Court, then we can look forward to one by one other constitutional protections falling away and leaving us without the protections that we cherish so much in this country, as that are supposed to be the heart of our understanding of constitutional democracy.
Religious Freedom in America, A Question of Faith, was written, produced, and narrated by Peggy Berryhill. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Gevins. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.
Spirits of the present.
Welcome to Spirits of the Present, the legacy from Native America. I'm Tantoo Cardinal. The quincentennial celebrations around the world have focused attention on the first Americans, the indigenous people who were here before Columbus, or anyone else for that matter. Even today, Indian people are often viewed as symbols rather than real people. As an Indian and a media professional, I am often confronted by these persistent images: the sad, alcoholic, defeated red man, the angry militant, or the wise and mystical noble savage. These images abound in books, movies, ads for cars, and as mascots for sports teams. The New Age spiritual movement has further entrenched Indians as a marketable commodity whose religions and beliefs can be taught and sold. On this program, producer Peggy Berryhill, a member of the Muskogee Nation in Oklahoma, offers us a look at some of the images that abound in the world and talks with Native Americans about the effect these fantasy images have on their lives.
It's really typical to relegate Indians to some sort of past era, into some sort of a former form of life. Dusty, petrified, even you might say freeze-dried. That I'm not like the past means that I'm not Indian. That's a very interesting relegation. Indian people have been lively for millennia, and what suddenly separates us from what we were in the past? It's like we should be picture perfect at 1880.
When you have movies that all have Indians dead at the end of last century, including Dances with Wolves, Indian people in museums that are next to elephants and dinosaurs, dead Indians that can be put on display, and stereotyping, negative imaging, cartoons, mascots, appropriation of names, all of that is a manifestation of a culture that dehumanizes Native people. Means we're subhuman, less than human. If we are a cartoon, we are not real.
The functional purpose of a mascot is to invite the fans, the public, the audience, to express themselves in reference to the mascot, namesake, or logo. In this instance, you have a race group being used as a mascot, American Indians. There is nothing in Indian culture where Indian culture aspires to be a mascot or a namesake or a logo for athletic teams.
Indian people talking about the images of Indians. These media images persist and seem ingrained in the global consciousness. Being an Indian means suffering constant comparisons to people's fantasies about Indians. While sometimes amusing, it's mainly a very sad reminder that what most non-Indians know about us comes from those crazy images they see. One thing that has many Indians seeing red is the behavior of fans during the Super Bowl and World Series. Now, this may not seem like a big deal to you. You might even think we're just being killjoys. But put yourself in our shoes, or should I say walk a while in our moccasins, and see how you'd feel if everywhere you went, people treated you and your family like a cartoon.
I got that Redskin shirt there. Get that champion shirt. Yes, $10 only. $10 only, man.
Hail to the Redskins. Hail victory. Race on the warpath. Fight for all.
We bump into these caricatures everywhere. While I was walking to work on the morning of the 1992 Super Bowl rally in Washington, D.C., I was confronted by the scene of two little children wearing play headdresses. They were racing down the street crying, "Indians, Indians." Think about it. These kids are growing up learning that Indians are funny, wild things that dance around and go woo, woo, woo. The children's actions show the important role that team names play in how we view each other. Listen to this special sports scoreboard update.
It's halftime at Jimmy Hoffa Memorial Stadium, where the Kansas City Jews are being nailed by the Minnesota Scandinavians 24-7. I'm Don McKay.
And I'm Jim McVeigh.
And let's check the scoreboard from around the country.
In the AFC, in the first quarter, it's the Milwaukee Crowds 3, the Pittsburgh Negroes nothing. In second quarter action, the Miami Cubans are walloping the Cincinnati Czechoslovakians 38-3.
And Jim, I don't want to hear anything from you about bounced checks. Finally, in the NFC, the Cleveland Caucasians are edging the Indianapolis Indonesians 7-6 in the third quarter. Boy, I can hear that crowd in Cleveland now. Go, Whiteys, go!
This halftime update brought to you by Generated Motors, makers of the sleek, aerodynamic Chicano, the thrifty, hard-working Asian, and the sporty new Filipino.
That's right, Jim. And now let's go back on the field, where the wacky mascot of the Kansas City Jews, Myron the Dancing Yarmulke, is getting ready to light the third quarter menorah to get this second half underway.
That may have made you laugh, or it may have offended you. But to Native Americans, this is no laughing matter, being used as mascots for sports teams. An organization in Minneapolis, the Concerned Indian Parents, wants high schools, colleges, and professional sports teams to stop using Native people as mascots. Logos and sports souvenirs are full of negative images, and fan behavior makes a mockery of Indian people. Fred Veyu, Chippewa, is a member of the Concerned Indian Parents.
One needs only to look at the World Series and the Atlanta Braves baseball team and the fans and the kind of antics and the kind of mass public mockery that they made of Indian people and Indian culture and Indian religious symbols. You see it also with the Kansas City Chiefs football team. They also were doing the tomahawk chop and doing the same kind of mockery of our racial and cultural identity.
Team names is an important topic to consider. According to Veyu, the use of Indians as mascots began at the turn of the century. Around 1933, the Washington, D.C. football team began using what many Indians feel is the most offensive team name, the Redskins. Veyu explains its origins.
The term redskin is the term that the cavalry would say when they were preparing to attack an Indian village, and just before making their attack on the innocent Indian village, they would say, "Let's go get them redskins." Historically, you'll find it in the archives in Washington, D.C., in newspapers of the late 1800s, early 1900s, where the term redskin is used in the context of redskin devils, redskin heathens, redskin niggers. You can look at various dictionaries, and they will say the term redskin, and then it will say disparaging term used for American Indians.
There'd be a race riot if there were the Washington black chicks or the Jew boys or the white trash or whatever, or worse.
Suzanne Schoen Harjo, President and Executive Director of the Morningstar Foundation. While the term redskin is clearly a racist and derogatory term, many people still think team names and logos honor Indian people. Suzanne Harjo sees it differently.
If they are using, in Illinois, the toilet paper that has imprinted Chief Illini, the Chief Illiniwek symbol of the University of Illinois, ask themselves as they're using that toilet paper if that is indeed a good way to honor someone. Ask if derogatory terms about any gender, about any race, any classification of people would be acceptable.
The most sensitive and offensive issue for Native people is the blatant disrespect of their traditions and religious symbols. The wearing of brightly colored chicken feather headdresses, for example. A headdress, often mistakenly called a war bonnet, is worn only by a worthy individual for sacred and ceremonial purposes, and is not appropriate as a costume for marching bands and fans. Think about your own way of worship and picture this scenario.
The fans would be carrying crosses, crucifixes, and maybe chalices. And whenever there was a home run hit or a touchdown scored, the cheerleaders would sprinkle holy water on the fans as a way of celebrating and cheering on the touchdown or the home run. I think Catholics and Christians would be outraged that their religious symbols would be trivialized and used in that way.
What are the things that are associated with Indians? Mostly stuff that has nothing to do with us by tradition. The word Indian, that's imposed. Scalping is seen as our thing, and it was not. Woo, woo, woo has nothing to do with sounds that any Indian people make. Boom, 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 boom is definitely not an Indian beat in any Indian music I've ever heard. And the tomahawk chop has nothing to do with reality in our world.
But there is real concern about how these false images affect Indian children, how they affect the society in which we all live.
How it affects our Indian children, how it affects non-Indian children, given the fact that there is roughly 2,000 schools, educational institutions, primarily high schools and colleges and universities who do this, who have taken our identity and trivialize it in this way, that young Indian children, seeing their racial and cultural identity being made a mockery of, is teaching them shame. It's teaching them, they're developing a learned shame about their own racial and cultural identity. And it sickens me to think that educational institutions would be at the forefront of perpetuating stereotypes and perpetuating this kind of insult to our people and our culture and our children.
Many Indian leaders believe that stereotyping is a factor in Indian youth suicide.
One of the major causes of teenage suicide is low self-esteem. When people, kids or no, see a world without themselves in it, and their own immediate families, elders, and people who should be the role models mocked and cartooned and stereotyped in whatever forum, when they see their own cultural continuum, when they see their own nation, their own traditions stereotyped, what does that make them think of themselves? What does that do to that society as it's growing up?
Pistols! Charge!
The blacks got rid of Little Sambo, the Sambo's restaurants. Hispanics got rid of Frito Bandito, and everyone, it's about time to pony up and get rid of all these negative images in Indian country.
Winnetou. Was ist geschehen?
Winnetous Herz trägt schwere Last, Rebana. Seine Sonne hat sich verdunkelt.
It's not only here in the U.S. that these Hollywood Indian images exist. Generations of Germans have grown up reading the books of Karl May and seen imported images from American TV westerns.
Almost everyone in Germany has read Karl May. You can talk with people about it, and they would confess that they had read so many Karl May novels. It comes like an addiction.
During my youth, from 10 to 12 or something, I read these books of Karl May. And the thing that is much more important is that we had a lot of these, what's it called, TV series here in Berlin, which were imported from the States. These were, for example, Bonanza or High Chaparral, and that these films and the books of Karl May, it was just something very, very clear that the cowboys or the whites were always the good guys and the Indians were the bad guys.
The frontier fantasy novels of Karl May featured a German character, Old Shatterhand, and the Indian Winnetou. Shatterhand was a surveyor who goes to America during the opening of the West. Dr. Ulla Hasselstein, professor at the Institute for American Studies for the University of Berlin, gave a seminar on the noble savage in literature.
Old Shatterhand never goes as far as sharing the beliefs and the cultural attitudes of Winnetou, but rather he tries to train Winnetou to elevate him to his level. So Winnetou is, one could say, a twin of Old Shatterhand's, but not as perfect as Old Shatterhand. So Old Shatterhand can get rid of his guilt of being the instrument of civilization by sort of transforming civilization itself. Because if the normal way of proceeding would be to fight the Indians, to kill them, to take them, to bring them to reservations and so on, Old Shatterhand would project another way of doing that. He would, just teach. He would sort of, like a missionary of some kind, he would elevate the savages to his lofty ideal position.
The character of Winnetou shares many similarities with other Indians of this literary genre. And like other Indians, his fate is sealed by progress.
Winnetou is the noble savage. He is true and he is masculine. He is beautiful and eloquent and pure. And he can also read. He reads Hiawatha and he reads Longfellow. So, in fact, the figure of Winnetou is the outcome of a lot of reading on Karl May's part, of course, but also on Winnetou's part, which makes it a rather uncanny figure. But Winnetou still belongs to the savages, and being a savage means for Karl May that it's a way of living that is bound to perish.
Popular novels, television, and films, mainly exported from the United States, all depict Indians as having disappeared at the turn of the century. American and European history books have done little to share contemporary Indian history. This puts Indians into a strange netherworld of past life glory and sort of noble forest folk frozen in time. While in England as a guest lecturer at Schumacher College, Muskogee scholar Victoria Bomberry found that Indians are seen as spiritual healers.
I think probably the main image that people see is someone who is sort of a guru.
A new image of Indians has sprung up around the non-indigenous world over the past decade. Indians as healers of the earth. In England, Bomberry found that many people treated her as a medicine person instead of a scholar.
People did expect us to have the answer, as if there is an answer in the world to the problems that there are. And they could be anything from, what kind of ritual can we perform in order to make things right, or how can we do something to either heal the earth or heal an individual emotional problem.
While this new image of Indians is positive, it's still not seeing Indians as who they are. Today in Europe and the United States, Native people are seen as sort of a mascot for the earth. These Germans told us why they thought Indians were so popular in Germany.
I think the people of my age now are more fascinated by Indians than they were in former times or in the youth or something, because the more we talk about environment and about destroying the things that we need for living, the more these declarations or words of Indians, of elder Indians, become, a reality.
Also ich denke speziell heute in der Zeit sind Leute davon fasziniert.
I think that people are fascinated by Indians because they represent a kind of getting back to nature, a kind of ancient source. People who live in the city, in the industrial condition, lose touch with nature, and so this fascination with Indians comes about because they want to get back to nature.
Mit Natur, mit der Erde, mit allem, was damit zusammenhängt.
There's a mystique about Native American people that no matter what goes on, I think it remains. People still see us as people who are living very close to nature, who have spiritual connections that no one else can possibly have, that have some kind of secret that everyone is dying to know. You've become an icon rather than a person. And the icon that you've become is nothing like who we are. Although I think that we do have a lot of connection to the land. We have connections that are spiritual connections. We have family ties. We have all those kinds of things that I think are real strengths as far as Native people are concerned. But it's distorted. You know, we're considered still, I think, in the sense that Rousseau had articulated back in the 17th century, the natural man, right? That's who they still see.
When you have a stereotype, you're not really dealing with the reality.
Sonia Giles.
And so this is underlying what people are thinking. They don't even realize that this is part of their thoughts. But it comes up as, oh, this is something exotic. This is something different. These people are in touch with nature. These people have the original idea. We've gotten so complex with all our society. We've lost touch. It's not seeing people as being people. It's this idea of what the people are.
Sonia Giles, Chilagi, Catawba, Tuscarora, a theology student in Berkeley, California. The San Francisco Bay Area is a magnet for what's known as the New Age community. New Agers are people who are experimenting with other religious traditions. They flock to so-called Indian shamans and pseudo-Indian rituals. Giles has questioned many of them.
They haven't really had any kind of mutual interaction with Native American people. They're still, what they interact with is their image of what Native American people are. And this is still back to people wearing feathers and buckskin. And even that is a stereotype because not all peoples wore feathers and buckskin.
Many of the New Agers are people who have become disassociated from their own religions, and so they sample Native traditions and feel like they have achieved a deeper connection to spirituality. Giles sees this as more of a quick fix based on false assumptions.
They don't realize, I think, that the spirit, it comes from within. You know, religious systems are there. They have the power that the people bring to them. And so that if you don't have spirit and feeling in one place, in one tradition, you know, when you go to another tradition, you take that same lack of spirit with you. What you're really sensing when you think that you're participating is just the novelty, the newness of the experience. It's not the depth. It's not the work that you have to put into it.
New Dimensions is a popular radio program produced in California. It features interviews with a variety of people who offer alternative lifestyles. On occasion, they have featured either Indians or shamans or people who claim to have knowledge of Native American traditions. Indian people have questioned the credentials of guests who have appeared on the program. Michael Toms is one of the producers and the host for New Dimensions. We talked about the popularity of the books of Carlos Castaneda and Lynn Andrews.
Those books have brought some substantial wisdom into the culture and have helped a lot of people. The fact that they've sold very well and been very successful in that way. A lot of people have read them, and I've read some of those books myself, and there's a lot of value in those books.
We're talking here about a conflict in value systems.
John Lavelle, Santee, Dakota, is the co-founder and board member of the Center for the Spirit, a new organization in Oakland, California, dedicated to helping Indian people preserve and revitalize their traditional ways.
Definitely characteristic of certain aspects of non-Indian values to utilize other people's traditions for self-interest and personal profit. Well, that kind of exploitation mentality, which I believe is an expression of certain aspects of non-Indian values, is completely antithetical to our Indian traditional sensibility.
Lavelle thinks that non-Indian people can find better ways to support Indians.
I think that a lot of these people, their heart is in the right place, and they really do want to find some kind of authentic spiritual meaning in the crazy world in which we live today, in which certainly our traditional ways and our spiritual ways provide a source of respect for the environment, of maybe a solution to the problems that confront us in the world today. But there's a better way to respect our traditions. There is an authentic way. There is support for Indian tribal sovereignty. There is support for efforts to protect the environment in a way that is unprecedented in the history of this country. For non-Indian people to get behind the movement towards saving the environment is really a way of transforming the values that underlie American life in a way that is consistent with Indian values. And this kind of consistency, I think, will eventually lead to the proper kind of mutual respect that has been lacking.
As we prepare to leave this century behind, it's time to let go of those old images that we started out with, and time to find some solutions to the lack of real knowledge about who Indian people are. Isn't it time to produce films that tell the real story of the West and don't end by killing off Indians? Indian communities do have a wealth of knowledge they'd like to share with others. Knowledge that belongs in textbooks. Janine Pease Windyboy is president of the Little Bighorn College operated by the Crow Tribe in Montana.
You know, in the tribal colleges, we have incorporated the knowledge and the capacities, the understandings, probably the philosophy from our tribes, from our nations. And I think that when you look at that scholarship, there's something really to offer the globe. Certainly, the entire globe is sharing knowledge and ability. But I think that it's been sort of a one-way sharing. I mean, you have this sort of Euro-American sharing to everyone else. We have an opportunity to have scholarship go on a 2-way, 3-way, 10,000-way street, perhaps. And it's a scholarship of how people can live, I think, in a much more humane way. And it's a scholarship of family and community that perhaps needs to be reexamined in other communities, but that exists on reservations and in Indian communities and is very intact.
The Indian in the Global Mind was written, produced, and narrated by Peggy Berryhill. Special thanks to World in Your Face Productions. Spirits of the Present, The Legacy from Native America, is a co-production of the Native American Public Broadcasting Consortium and Radio Smithsonian. Coordinator, John Cutler. Researcher, Addie Gevins. Technical Director, John Tyler. Associate producers, Michael Johnson and Njemile Rollins. The series producer was Peggy Berryhill. Executive producers were Frank Blythe, Paul Johnson, and Wesley Horner. Theme music composed and performed by Buffy Sainte-Marie.